the lesson. You dig? I'm just talking right now. You feel me? Let's go to Romans 15.
Lucky, that was a lesson within the lesson, brother.
Yeah. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High.
You got the floor tonight. Do your thing, man.
I kind of had to, I feel like that had to be said, you dig, one way or the other, you know what I'm saying? So let's kind of like get into this, because what I want to talk about is about like sharpening your sword. You dig what I'm talking about? And I mean it in many different ways. Like I'm talking about sharpening your sword as far as knowing your Bible. And I mean it for knowing it for different reasons, you dig? Because they got coming times coming, tribulation, Jacob's trouble coming, you dig? Where they're going to shut these things down and ain't going to be no food over there and ain't going to be no food over there. You feel me? And we're going to have to find a way to keep the faith, That's when all those days you fasted come into play. You know what I mean? When everyone else can't handle a day without food or a week without food, and you can do that because you kind of built yourself up a little bit, or you know this word so well that you keep your faith when they come putting them AR-15s to your dome. You dig what I'm saying? Or when you in these last days trying to teach somebody the truth and wake them up, and they come in with those doctrines that you can slice up because you know the word so well. You dig what I'm talking about? You feel me? So let's read Romans 15:4, King, when you get it.
It's the book of Romans, chapter 15 and verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
Keep on reading.
Through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope.
Says the scriptures give you patience and comfort. You dig? It said these things are written for our learning. These things are written for our learning, so that through patience and comfort, these scriptures will give you comfort. You dig what I'm talking about? Comfort of the scriptures we might have hope. You dig what I'm talking about? These scriptures are supposed to sharpen you up. You're supposed to use these scriptures to sharpen up whoever's talking them nonsense doctrines. You're supposed to use these scriptures to sharpen up your faith when it come time, when it's go time, and it's now or never. You dig what I'm talking about? And you got to take a stand for the Most High. You feel me? But it's also to give you comfort right now while we in this battle. You feel me? So it's important for us to stay sharp on these scriptures. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, man, give me 1 Samuel 17, matter of fact. Give me 1 Samuel 17 and 37. I think it's 37.
It's the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 17 and verse 37. David said, moreover, the Lord that delivered me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine.
Right. Read on.
And Saul said unto David, go, and the Lord be with thee.
Okay, so hold on, Salaki. So what the point is that when we're reading this, you all know what this story is. This is right before David goes to battle Goliath, right? This is right before David goes to battle Goliath. And he's chopping it up with Saul, and he's like, look, I did this in the past. I did this in the past. The Most High God can't just drop me off now. I'm gonna make this happen. You dig what I'm saying? So the same God who helped me with that lion and helped me with that bear, he gonna help me with this Philistine, right? Go ahead, read on, brother.
Verse 38. And Saul armed David with his armor, and he put a helmet of brass upon his head.
He put a helmet of brass on his head, right? Read on.
Also, he armed him with a coat of mail.
Yeah, right. He put a big coat of metal on him, right? Right. Read on.
Verse 39. And David girded his sword upon his armor, and he essayed to go.
Okay, when he said he essayed to go, so Salaki. So David put all the armor. He put on the helmet. He put on the armor. He took his big sword, and he essayed to go. When it says he essayed to go, that means let's let's say you in Foot Locker and you go put on some new Nikes and then you walk back and forth to see how they feel. You dig what I'm saying? So he essayed to go. Like he kind of was like, how can I move in this? He kind of tried to feel it out. He's feeling it out. You dig what I'm saying? That when you go to Foot Locker, you try on the new Air Maxes or the new Jordan 1s, and you go walk back and forth like, how do these feel? How do these feel? That's a saying to go. He's checking it out. He's seeing what's up with it. Read on, brother.
For he had not proved it. And David said unto Saul, I cannot go with these, for I have not proved them.
See, that's what he's saying. He's saying Salakia. So he's saying, I hadn't proved these things. He's saying, I haven't practiced with them. I haven't learned them. I'm not good with them. I'm not nice with them. You dig what I'm talking about? Like somebody could go and hand me, let's say, I shoot film. I'm a filmmaker. You dig? So somebody could come hand me the nicest new Sony Red camera right now today. But if I got to go shoot something today, before I learned that, before I studied that, I've been done. I would go use my cheap camera, my cheap raggedy camera that I know. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I'm nicer with it. Huh? Salagi?
Shalom.
I thought somebody said. Shalom. Yabashim Shabrakata.
Shalom.
So I would, if somebody could hand me the best equipment, and if I had something to shoot today before I could learn that, I would rather take my raggedy camera that I know like the back of my hand. You dig what I'm saying? So that I could be nice with it. You dig? David had the armor, the helmet, and he essayed to go. He said, I can't roll with this, man. I don't know how to use it. I ain't practiced with it. I don't feel comfortable. I'm not nice with it. You dig? And go ahead, read on, brother.
Come. I have not proved them, and David put them off of him. And he took his staff in his hand and chose him 5 smooth stones.
Oh, Salaki. I'm enjoying the story. Salaki, go ahead, read on, Salaki.
God. And put them in his shepherd's bag, which he had, even in a scrip. And his sling was in his hand, and he drew near to the Philistine. Okay, so David's like, I can't go with your armor and your big helmet and your big sword and your brass and your metal. He said, I don't know how to, I'm not nice with that yet. But you know what he was nice with? He was nice with that sling. He picked up a staff. He picked up a stick. You dig what I'm talking about? He picked up his staff and he found him 5 smooth stones. You dig what I'm talking about? And he said, and he put them in his shepherd's bag. Even his script is his bag. You dig what I'm saying? When it says even his script, it's talking about his bag. So he put him in his bag. He chose 5 stones. He was so confident in what he knew, he only chose 5 stones. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't know how many niggas I know on the street that can roll around with 5 bullets and feel safe. You dig what I'm talking about? They got all them extendos and all that. You know what I mean? Go ahead, brother. Oh, God. No, go on. I'm
okay,
confident.
God. So he had 5. He chose 5 stones. He didn't say, hey, man, let me get like 30 of these things. Let me get like 32. You know what I'm saying, of these stones, just in case. He took 5 of them joints. You dig what I'm talking about? Man, go tell somebody we heading over to the rival side of the neighborhood to go light something up and tell them you got 5 bullets, man. And see how that worked out for you when y'all in the car. You dig what I'm talking about? So he chose 5 stones and he drew near the Philistine, right? And what I'm saying is, he was nice with that because he proved them. He practiced with them. It's the same thing that go with your Bible. You dig what I'm saying? You got to know it. You got to get into it. You got to spend some time with it. Matter of fact, drop that, King, and give me Judges. Give me Judges 20 and 16. Drop that and give me Judges 20 and 16.
Salakia.
Gone.
If you see the script again, it said he chose 5 smooth stones.
Right, he chose 5. I mean, he chose, right, because he knew He had proved these, so he know he need a certain type of stone to get that right pop. You dig? He can't choose a little triangle looking jagged little stone because that ain't gonna give him what he need to get his accuracy on, right? And we all, so he knew what he needed. He knew how to work that sling if he had the right stones. He said, oh, these 5 stones will do, and I can work with these. You dig what I'm talking about?
And another thing you can look at it is like with scripture-wise, you got 100 precepts, and you got to choose the best 5 for a situation. You know?
Oh, come.
Think about with the stones and the rocks. They got hard rocks, rough around the edges, and then he had to choose a smooth one. So he had to
because there's a way somebody could bring up something to you, and you could cut it 30 different ways. And the same way you cut it with Poindexter on the block might not be the same way you cut it with Uncle Ray at the barbecue. You dig what I'm saying? So you kind of got to know your situation. So Khan, all praises. You dig? All praises. What I asked you for? Judges.
Book of Judges.
I want to show you about these slings. Judges 20 and 16. I want to show you this because I'm going to show you how nice David must have been with this thing. You did, because he hit him straight in the middle of the forehead. And I will contend that he was aiming for the middle of his forehead. You dig what I'm talking about? Okay. Matter of fact, start at verse 15. No, I'm not 16 school. Start 16.
Okay. It's the book of Judges, chapter 20 and verse 16. Among all this people, there were 700 chosen men, left-handed. Everyone could sling stones at an hair's breadth and not miss.
Now this is mad. This is mean right here. The tribe of Benjamin, they said they had all these brothers left-handed that could sling a sling at a hair's breadth. You dig what I'm talking about? A hair's breadth, just hanging a hair's breadth and not miss. You dig what I'm talking about? I mean, nice with that thing, right? Nice with that thing. Better than a red beam. You dig what I'm saying? Some of you brothers have a red beam and can't even hit the hair, can't even split a hair. You dig what I'm talking about? With a red beam on your joint. You dig what I'm talking about? We just had them joints, you squeeze the barrel and the red beam shoot out in the front, you know what I mean? Even with that, some brothers can't split a hair. So these brothers was nice with these. So you could imagine when David chose 5 smooth stones, he knew how nice he was with that and how accurate he could be with that because he studied with it. He practiced with it. He took time with it. You dig what I'm talking about? Matter of fact, he took time with it. Give me Sirach 38. Sirach, the book of Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 38 and 42. Salakia 24, 38 and 24. Let me see. Yeah, 32. Yeah, Sirach 32 and 24. 38 and 24. Salakia, my fault. I'll keep misspeaking.
The book of Sirach, Ecclesiasticus, chapter 38 and verse 24.
Bring it up.
The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure, and he that hath little business shall become wise.
So that what he's saying is that in your free time, you got to take time to learn this. David didn't just come out the womb nice with that sling. David was out there with his sheep. His sheep is roaming around. He might be practicing. He might be like, let me see if I can hit that. Let me see if I can hit that big tree on the bottom right there. Wow. He was practicing with that thing. In his opportunities of leisure, he took time to try to grow and expand and learn. You dig what I'm saying? And get sharper. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is what I'm talking about with this word of God, because this word of God is deep. You dig? The same verse that you read last year gives you a new meaning this year. You dig what? And it will give you another meaning next year. You dig what I'm talking about? Like it's living. It be jumping off the pages. You dig what I'm talking about? Read on, brother. Read on. Give me verse 25.
Verse 25. how can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow?
Right. Read on.
And that glorieth in the goad, that driveth oxen, and is occupied in their labors, and whose talk is of bullocks.
Right. So your mind is always on, and ain't nothing wrong. Let me tell you something right now. In this crazy world, if you can get, if you got to get your hustle on, you got to make things happen one way or another. You got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of your family. So you got to focus on that. You know what I'm saying? But some people want to spend all their time just on the bag, getting the bag. You got to set aside time to get nice with your sword. You got to set aside time to get nice and practice with your sling so that you can split a hair. You dig what I'm talking about, from a distance. And it didn't just say one brother could do that. It said 700 of them was like that nice. You dig what I'm saying? 700 of them Benjamites was that nice. You feel what I'm talking about? So you got to take the time to get deeper into this. When you have free time, sometimes you got to relax and you got to go watch the game. Sometimes you got to relax and go watch the playoffs. Sometimes you got to relax and you got to go play a video game. Sometimes you got to, I got an 8-year-old. Sometimes I got to go play hide and seek. You dig what I'm saying? Sometimes I got to go play hide and seek. You dig? You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. And that's good time spent too. But those times that you do have where you can go and put in time to get nicer with your sword, you got to do that. You know what I'm saying? When you can put in time, it says wisdom comes from opportunities of leisure. So when you're doing nothing, or when you kind of laid up, or when that TV show ain't that popping, you can be like, I'm gonna hop back into this Bible. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm gonna get nice. Or I'm gonna read a chapter that I'm not so well versed in. Or I'm gonna read something I am well versed in and see if I find something different in it. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey man, could you give me Sirach 43 and 29?
Salakia, General. Just showing you. We got the slingshots on deck over here.
Look, Benjamin don't stop, man. Benjamin don't stop, man.
Mighty men of Israel. Make sure
I saw you with something over there. I saw you with something over there. I said, what he got over there? What he got over there? Showing me that mean sling.
You never know.
Showing me that mean sling on deck, huh?
Yeah, you might see a Philistine dog and gotta bust him in the head with one.
Right. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High.
What scripture you call Salakia?
Sirach 43 and 29. 43 and 29. Sirach.
God. It's the book of
Sirach. You bought that, or you made that?
No, I bought that one.
What, like a sporting goods store or something like that?
Yeah, like they got them in North Carolina, a sporting goods store called Dunham's. That's where you get your ammo and all that stuff from there. But
right.
Got 5 smooth stones out my backyard. I'm ready for the Philistine dog.
God. God. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High.
Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
And just land me back what the brother's saying. He's saying some very powerful stuff. A slingshot is like a weapon. You have to make sure that the wind is right. It's like a mathematical thing. You can't breathe. You have to hold your breath. You can't be shaken. You have to have a steady hand. Right. He's going into something that people don't even understand unless you've dealt with weapons and certain things like that. There's fundamentals to weapons. The acronym is called BRASS: breathe, release, aim, squeeze, shoot. So there's certain things that the brother's bringing out that people may not understand. So you have to develop that fundamental. It's not about him just having a slingshot. He probably not going to explain it to you guys in depthly, but you have to have that fundamental and you have to have that discipline. You're breathing, you're nervous, you're scared, but this David, he went ahead and aimed, and you know what I'm saying? So it's all about fundamentals. And like you said, practice. That's all I got, King.
Hey, no, Khan, you right, King. And I'm glad you said that, because that's really the point I'm making. You dig what I'm talking about? Because you don't just get that overnight by picking up the sling. You know what I mean? You got to go take time with it. You got to take time to be able, and then it becomes second nature once you do it so much. And when he do that sling the right way with the right proper stance and the proper breathing and the proper control, it's like shooting a 40 cal. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's that vicious if you study it and practice it and get that nice with it. You dig what I'm talking about? So right on what the brother said. All praise to the Most High. And you don't get that. You know, I know some homies that played some pro ball and all that, and they used to just be in the gym. Oh, 100 jumpers on this wing, 100 jumpers from the top of the key, 100 jumpers from the right wing. You dig what I'm talking about? And pretty soon your jump, your breathing, your mechanics, your guidance, your follow through, all of it starts becoming natural to you, second nature. But you have to study, you have to learn it, you have to get nice. You dig what I'm talking about? And then that a little sling with a smooth stone in it, it's like it's like bucking up a pistol at somebody. You dig what I'm talking about? For real though. You know what I mean? So all praise to the Most High that he brought that out, man. Read that when you got it. All praises. Somebody else has something to say? John, go ahead, bring that out, King.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, Sirach, chapter 43 and verse 29. The Lord is terrible and very great and marvelous in his power.
Right, read on.
When ye glorify the Lord, exalt him as much as ye can. For even yet will he far exceed. And when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength.
God. Put forth all your strength. When you exalt him, put forth all your strength, right? Read on.
And be not weary, for ye can never go far enough.
Because you can never go far enough. You can never go far enough. Could you can't tell David he practiced too much. Somebody might have told David, quit messing with that sling. You know what I'm saying? When he was a kid, why you always got that sling with you? That's what they used to tell Jordan and them. That's what they used to tell Steph Curry. They used to be like, why you always got a basketball? You do what I'm talking about? Every time you see him walking to the store to get some juice, he dribbling the ball. And they're like, why you got that ball with you? Why you always carrying that with you? He getting nice with that thing. You dig what I'm talking about? He getting nice with that thing. And that's what it's all about. We got to put forth all your effort. And then this will start coming to you too, because they start, the times is coming where we gotta contend for the faith. Hey, give me that real quick in Jude. Jude, I think that's Jude verse 3. The book of Jude, verse 3. Yeah, Jude 3, King.
Okay. It's the book of Jude, verse 3. Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you, that ye should earnestly contend for the faith, which was once delivered unto the saints.
So we should earnestly contend for the faith. We should earnestly contend for the faith. Not just contend for the faith, but earnestly contend for the faith. Hey, give me book of Acts. Give me the book of Acts, chapter 14, verse 22, Baba Kashab. Said we should earnestly contend for the faith. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, that's because that's what this is all about. Paul was always contending with people, trying to figure something out. We was on the block, and this coon brother, this brother coon, one of them same, Christianity coons, who be like, well, why can't the white man come? And ain't nobody even talking about the so-called white man. He just gonna bring him up like, well, why can't what's wrong with the so-called white man coming with us to salvation? One of those type of coon Christians who was on the block with a damn microphone trying to overblast us. We ended up kind of debating for like an hour and a half. And we was letting him have it. He didn't know his Bible. We made it clear to him and everyone around. It wasn't just one of those cutting sessions where we just was slicing them up for no reason and nobody got edified. It was one of those edifying slicing lessons where even if he didn't get it, the people that was watching around on 34th Street and Herald Square was like, some people was getting edified, even if he wasn't. You dig what I'm talking about? So it was a beautiful slicing session for an hour and a half. But at one point he said to me, he said, but why, do I have to be an Israelite? He was a brother too. And he talked like that. Oh, why do I have to be an Israelite? He said, isn't it easier? Isn't it easier, just to say I'm a Gentile and get in by the faith of Jesus Christ, Isn't it better and easier? You dig? And it's all the slicing we did that night. Of all the slicing we did that night, I went home. As a matter of fact, every time I leave camp, I'd be like, oh, I could have did that better. Oh, I could have said that better. Oh, I could have cut this that way. I could have cut this that way. Oh, I should have brought this out. I didn't even think about that. I kind of always am like, damn, I could have been sharper with it. So on my way home, I'm thinking about it. And I remember he said that, isn't it just easier to just, be a Gentile and be saved by the blood of Jesus and love for everyone. That's what he told me. And I wish I'd have brought out this scripture because this is one of my favorite scriptures, but I didn't think to bring this out, right? Read that, brother. Baba Kasha.
We call Acts 14 and 22. So book of Acts, chapter 14 and verse 22. Confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith, and that we must, through much tribulation, enter into the kingdom of God.
Isn't it just easier? I should have been like, you want the easy route, brother. Aren't they saying right here that it was supposed to be through much tribulation, much faith and tribulation are we going to enter into that kingdom? Right? And that's the problem with this Christianity, and that's the problem with all these other people. They want the easy route, but the Most High God don't lay out the easy route. You dig? He ain't laying out the easy route. He laying out a different route. You dig what I'm talking about? And we got to go through the hurdles. We got to jump over the barbed wire. We got to jump through the ring of fire. We got to swim in the murky waters. We got to hop out. You dig? We got to run on the rocky road. We got to dodge this and duck that. You dig? Isn't it just easier? I'm like, brother, you want the easy route. I'm like, oh, I should have cut him with that. He talking about he want the easy route. You dig what I'm saying? But then that's just me telling myself I got to sharpen myself so that the next time somebody come with me some easy, best believe I'm bringing out that Acts 14 to 22. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh, isn't it just easier? You want the easy route. Who said it was going to be easy, man? It ain't going to be easy. The Most High God said it's going to be worth it. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's what they do. They'll come to you with all these things that their pastor told them and that they learned their whole life. And you got to know what you believe. And you got to earnestly contend for the faith. And you can't do that if you ain't practiced with your slingshot. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to be sharp with your sword. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, give me Baba Kasha. Baba Kasha, what let me get Genesis. Let me get Genesis 43. Genesis 43. And start at 29, right? I'm just making a real quick point here, because this is our book. This is our book. All you so-called Blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans, this is your book. You dig what I'm talking about? And ain't no way we need to let some Poindexter, coon, or no so-called white man, no Edomite, no Moabite, come up talking to you about your book, your history, your chronicles, and think that they can know it better than you. They need to go off on their way realizing, damn, I thought he was just a lazy swamp running nigger, but he actually knows that Bible. You know what I'm saying? You dig what I'm talking about? And that's the point. We're going to send them back packing. You dig? Give me that Genesis 43 and 29 when you're ready, King.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 43 and verse 29. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me? And he said, God be gracious unto thee, my son.
You know what I'm saying? Salakia. So this is, you know what this is? This is Joseph seeing Benjamin again for the first time after all them years that he'd been in Egypt. His brothers is up there looking for corn. You dig what I'm talking about? And he told him, bring Benjamin with you. You know, oh, you got another brother, bring him with you. Now he knows that's his brother. They got the same mother. You dig? All them other brothers, they his brothers too, but they got different mamas. So he see Benjamin, he could tell, he can look in Benjamin's face and he can see his mama on his face. You dig? He like, that's my little brother, Benjamin. You dig what I'm talking about? Ben Yum. You dig what I mean? Right? Read on, brother.
Verse 30. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother, and he sought where to weep, and he entered into his chamber and wept there.
Now that's deep right there. That's deep right there. Joseph said he made haste. He had to get up out of there. He had to get up and out of there because he saw his little brother and he wanted to cry. You dig what I'm talking about? Tears running. He getting misty-eyed. Joseph got misty-eyed up there. He's a powerful figure up in Egypt right now. And he had to dip out of there to his quarters. And he went there and just cried real quick. He like, oh, that's your brother, huh? Oh, God be with you, young man. And then he walks out and then he's like, I'll be right back. You dig what I'm talking about? Joseph had to dip out so he could cry. It was such a touching moment to see it. Let me tell you something. My daughter could not see her mother for a while because she was in the hospital, and they don't allow children in the hospital. And when she finally saw her mom again, you know, it wasn't even a whole month. It wasn't even it wasn't even 2 weeks. But when she saw her mom again, just tears running down her face, just like powerful bear hugs and you know, just a serious moment. You dig what I'm talking about? He dipped out to go cry real quick when he saw Benjamin, right? That's how much it meant to him to see his brother. I'm stressing this for a reason. This is how important it was that he saw his brother that he hadn't seen in years. You dig? Now, these Edomites put on TV all the time, the soldier dad who's away, and they surprise the mom or they surprise the kid like, hey, they turn around and it's their dad in a soldier's uniform at their school or something. They'd be like, oh my God, daddy's back. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's a moment that it's a sentimental moment. You dig? This is what's happening with Joseph and Benjamin. You feel what I'm talking about? Salakia King, read on.
Khan. Verse 31. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself and said, set on bread.
Oh man, he washed his face. He kind of got himself back together. You dig what I'm talking about? He refrained himself. He said, let me stop. You dig? Let me put myself together. Let's get back out there and go have dinner. You dig what I'm talking about? Read on, brother.
Verse 32. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians which did eat with him by themselves.
Okay, so that what it's saying is Joseph came back out from crying, wiped his face, went back out to eat. Right? Joseph is a very prominent figure in Egypt at this point. Joseph calls shots. Joseph delegates and they sit and wait. You dig what I'm talking about? Joseph pushes buttons at this point. You dig what I'm talking about? And what it says is he goes out there to eat. Joseph is eating by himself at a table. They in a big picture, like a big old hall, a big banquet hall. And Joseph is sitting at one table. There's a second table where his brothers, all the Hebrews are sitting at. And then there's another table where all the Egyptians that were servants for and soldiers for Joseph were sitting. So there's 3 tables. Joseph's at one table by himself. The Egyptians are at another table eating. And then Joseph's brothers are at a third table eating by themselves, right? They're all in the same banquet hall, but they're all at separate tables. You dig what I'm talking about? Go ahead, read on, brother.
by
You can go ahead
themselves.
and read the whole. You can go ahead and read the whole 32 again. Read the whole 32 again.
Verse 32. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews. For that is an abomination unto the Egyptians.
What is that to the Egyptians?
That is an abomination unto the Egyptians.
Now understand what's going on here. The reason why it's separated like that, Joseph is at a table by himself. The Egyptians are on a table by themselves. Joseph's brothers are on one table by themselves because it was an abomination to eat, for Egyptians to eat with Hebrews. It was an abomination to eat with Hebrews. The Egyptians thought, I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it one more time. Salakia. It was an abomination to the Egyptians to eat food and eat bread with a Hebrew. We was not welcome at their tables. You understand? Now, if you got anybody in your family that's old enough to have lived through some 50s or something like that, or before that, they'll tell you about these lunch counters and all that in the 60s and all that. They'll tell you about these lunch counters that they had here in what they call the United States. You dig what I'm talking about? Where it was an abomination for us to eat a sandwich with one of these crackers. You dig what I'm talking about? It was an abomination for us to eat with them. It was an abomination for us to eat with the Egyptians. This is your book. This is your laws, statutes, and commandments. And how are they going to come and tell you that you're wrong if you do not include them? These people never included us. You understand? It was an abomination. They thought an abomination just to share bread with you and sit at a table with you. They sick dogs on our grandparents and our uncles and aunties for trying to eat a sandwich where a so-called white man was eating a sandwich. They stick a dog on you. They come spit in your face, punch you in your face. That shit in Live. You seen that movie Life? And I turn you into nigger pie. That was a real thing. You know what I'm talking about? They will turn you into nigger pie for trying to come and eat some pie with a so-called white man. And now they'll tell you, because you say the truth out of this Bible that is for you, that says it's for you and only for you. Okay, you want to bring out that abomination, right? What is an abomination, right? An abomination, a thing that causes disgust or hatred. You dig? This is an abomination, a thing that causes disgust. Man, sitting next to us at a lunch counter was a disgusting thing to them. Man, our people sitting at a table with an Egyptian wasn't a disgusting thing to them. And now the descendants of those same people who did that at the lunch counter and at Joseph's counter will come to you and say, you're wrong if you do not include them. You dig what I'm talking about? They will tell you, you're wrong if you don't include them. When did they ever include us, huh? Hey, you remember that movie? What's that? That just reminded me. You see that movie, Five Heartbeats, right? When they made their album, they put their album out, they brought them their album cover, and it was a bunch of white boys on the album cover. And it was like, oh, come on, this is good. We're gonna cross over to them. You know what I mean? And he said, how come they ain't trying to cross over to us? You dig what I'm talking about? Didn't he say that? He said, how come they ain't never trying to cross over to us? You know what I mean? I'm dead serious. Because what we deal with then and what we deal with now, you'll realize it's the same. It's the same now, right? When Joseph told his brothers to come live with him, right? When Joseph told his brothers to come live with him, he told them that don't tell people what you do. You dig what I'm saying? Let's get that. Give me that. I think, give me Genesis 46. Genesis 46 and 31. No, Genesis, start at 30. Genesis 46 and 30. You dig?
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 46 and verse 30. And Israel said unto Joseph, now let me die, since I have seen thy face, because thou art yet alive.
Come on, read on.
And Joseph said unto his brethren and unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, my brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me.
All praise to the Most High. So Joseph is saying, look, I want y'all to come and live in Egypt with me. All right. I'm going to go to the Pharaoh and I'm going to say, hey, I got some family. I'm bringing them up here. You dig? Joseph had a little status up in Egypt, so he's making it happen. But watch this. Keep reading.
God. And Joseph said unto his brethren and unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, my brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade hath been to feed cattle. And they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have.
Read on.
And it shall come to pass when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say, what is your occupation?
Read on.
That ye shall say, thy servant's trade hath been about cattle, from our youth even until now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians.
There we go again. You understand? And this is what we go through now. Joseph said, hey, Joseph prepped his brothers. How many of us got prepped by our moms and our mom when we was kids, and told you when you run into a police, this maneuver this way. You dig? When you go to a job interview, don't you got to maneuver a certain way? You dig what I'm talking about? Don't you got to put on a certain air for them? You dig what I'm talking about? In order to get something moving. You dig what I'm talking about? It's the same thing as back then in Egypt. You dig what I'm saying? He told him, when Pharaoh asks you, what is your occupation? Tell him that you deal in cattle since you was a youth, because it's an abomination to the Egyptians for you to be a shepherd. You understand? But that's what all our people were. We were shepherds. You dig what I'm saying? And it wasn't acceptable to them. These same people, it was an abomination to be what you are. Just like it is here in spiritual Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? Just like it is in spiritual Egypt. Oh, your hair grows that way? I don't know if we can hire him if his hair grows that way. Unless he cuts his hair, unless he goes and looks like a boiled egg, then we can deal with him. We ain't hiring nothing but Shamar Moore looking ass niggas. That's what they tell you. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to be a Shamar Moore Morris Chestnut looking nigga to get you a damn job. That's what they be trying to say to you. That's what they want you to be. You dig what I'm talking about? You can't be yourself. Joseph had a high-ranking level in Egypt, and he still had to tell his brothers, yeah, you got to be Terry Crews, you dig? You got to Terry Crews the joint. You dig up? You got to Terry Crews the joint up in order to get in there, right, Yeshaya? You understand? So go ahead.
So that's why we start shaving our beards, because they didn't want us to have no beards either. So that's why our face was smooth, and you couldn't get no job back in if you had a beard like a man. You couldn't get no job.
Right. Hey man, and don't you know I worked at a gig here in New York City. They called a brother in the office, told him to shave his beard. He had a real nice Rick Ross looking joint. He went up in there and came out mad in the mug, like. And she's like, I just told this little Korean lady, told him, I just asked him to trim it. You know what I'm saying? It looked nice too. It was shaped. It was oiled down. He took care of that thing, but it wasn't enough for them. They wanted him to slice that thing. Do the 5 o'clock shadow. Do that. Don't have like a manly beard. They wanted me to cut my braids off. You dig what I'm talking about? They don't want to. I don't want to introduce you to the corporate and you got cornrows, and then they'll just remember this is the guy who has cornrows. I'm like, oh, is that what they gonna remember? You dig, you dirty, and then now you mad that look at that's what they want you to be. I know you didn't do that. Want you to be a Shamar Moore looking ass nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh, Shamar Moore looking ass nigga. They want us all looking like that. Look at your TVs. Watch your TV shows. Turn on a TV show on prime time. And what do all our brothers look like? What exactly do all our brothers look like on that primetime TV show? Oh, Shamar Moore looking at. God. God.
And when you shave your beard off and stuff, if you looked at the Shamar Moore picture, he looked like a female.
God. Look like a damn pedo, look like a female, look like they want to just throw a wig on them and a dress and let them do and be in there with Medea. You dig what I'm talking about? Look, they all look like that. Watch your TV channels. Look at your TV channels. And you'll see more so-called Edomite. You'll see Edomites more with beards and long hair and all that. But you won't see our brothers. When you see our brothers, they look like that. A beard is so offensive to them because you look, yeah, Khan. They don't want to see your masculine, your manliness. Hey man, let me get you know what? Since we're doing that, give me 2 Maccabees 13 and 8.
Salakia.
Second, go ahead.
Yeah, and Khan, so just to land me back what the brother said, this is how we know that the so-called white man know his history, because I served in the military and I had a shaving profile. And, they told us that the shaving profile come from Alexander the Great. And that was the first all-white empire. At that time, I didn't really get it, but being in the truth, it makes sense. Everything that they do, they take from the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and everything. It's because most Black people, they have this thing called like a laser, because I was getting ready to get it so I can just have a smooth face. Thank God I didn't. But I was getting ready to get it. They offered that to Black men, because most Black men in the military, or all Black men, we get a profile, but you can get this laser surgery that'll get rid of all your hair. So they know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And so just land me back, like the first all-white empire was the Greeks, and they just picked up on how the Egyptians destroyed and enslaved the Israelites. So they know what they're doing. That's all I got.
God, they know what they're doing. Hey, and that's powerful. The brother brought that out. Hey, man, all praise to the Most High, Mighty King. Let's go with this. Read 2 Maccabees 13 and 18. And then let's go back to what that brother just said. Read that. 2 Maccabees 13 and 18.
This is the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 13 and verse 18. Now, when the king had taken a taste of the manliness of the Jews, he went about to take the holds by policy.
See that? Once they got a hold of the manliness of the Jews, they saw the manliness of the Jews, they set a hold to take over them with policy. You dig what I'm talking about? Them same Greeks my brother was talking about, that what they say again? Where's it? Hey, brother, say that again. What they call it in the military?
It's called something barb. It's a weird name, but it's a shaving profile, but it has like a sophisticated name, pseudo barb. But they give it to all, Black men.
And they tied it to Alexander the Great.
Oh, yeah. They said that we shave our hair due to the fact of Alexander the Great. Yes.
Wow. Alexander the damn Greek. They said that's why they do that. They know what they're doing. Just like the brother said, they know why they're doing it, because they don't want to see our manliness. You dig? These same people who don't want to see your manliness, and they still don't want to see your manliness, are mad at you because you don't want to include them. And they never included us, and we can't never be included, just like Joseph and his brothers could not be included. They had to lie to the Pharaoh and say, I'm not a shepherd. I deal with cattle and all that. I'm not a shepherd, man. I'm not a shepherd at all. I don't deal with that. You know what I'm talking about, Pharaoh? You know what I'm talking about? Because Pharaoh said that was an abomination. And look at Alexander the Greek and all them. Look at how they was looking like pedophiles. Yeah, he's a freak. You dig? And look at his little face, trying to look like a little ass boy. Why are you trying to look like a little old boy? That's what they doing nowadays. Look at these Edomites right now. They're still like that. Gray hair and got a little face like a little baby, looking like you got a baby, you a little baby, little ass boy. You dig? You know, that's not our culture. That's their culture. You dig what I'm talking about? Weirdos and they pedos, you dig? Because back in that society, I got some books about the Greek culture. You dig what I'm talking about? And they did not celebrate women. They used women just to have a baby, but they was more into each other. Them men in the Greek life, they was more into each other than they was women. You dig? They used women just to have a baby. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, when you walk in the room, they adjust to you. Yeah, you can't be yourself. You can't be yourself. Joseph was telling his brothers that they can't be themselves. Are you telling me that a Moabite knows about that? You ever worked on a job with a Moabite, with an Edomite, with an Elamite? Man, they be themselves. They be comfortable. They talk normal. They're natural. They're all comfortable. You dig what I'm talking about? Joseph, even back in the day in Egypt, we couldn't just be ourselves. You dig what I'm talking about? This is our book, and we got to know it so well that we can defend that, because they'll try to make you feel bad because you don't include them. You know what I mean?
Lock you.
Go ahead.
Have you remember the Egyptians? Are the Egyptians white? Were the Egyptians white or were they black?
It depends on what time you're looking at. If you're looking at the time frame of Joseph, where Joseph sat in Genesis, you're talking about Hamites. You're talking about dark-skinned Hamites, those same people that are in the Sudanese right now, in the Sudan. Super dark, minute bull-looking brothers. But if you're talking about during the time of the Greek time, you're talking about like the Maccabees time, those people was Edomites who was running Egypt, but the Egyptians were still there, but the people running it was Edomites. So Cleopatra was an Edomite. You dig what I'm talking about?
Now the reason why I asked that question, right, is a funny question, basically, because it's not about a so-called black thing now. It's about nationality.
Right.
It was about a black thing. We all the same color and everything. Then the Egyptians will have no problem eating at the same table with the Israelites.
Right.
Like the Hamites do today.
Right.
So it's not about color, it's about nationality.
Right.
Lock it. And then one more thing. Yeah, go ahead. One more thing as well pertaining to the nationality. That's why it's important for us when we come back and keep these laws. We go to their work, their jobs, and everything. And Joseph and his brothers, he basically told his brothers, don't let the Egyptians know that you're a boss. Don't let them know that you're a leader. Let them know you're just a worker. You're just a servant. You just take care of sheep. Don't let them know that you lead the flocks.
Right.
You know?
Because then they will see your manliness, and then they'll take you as a threat.
Exactly. And that's why Esau has to shave our beard and our hair, so he can feminize the man in the workplaces, so that he can be the leader.
Khan.
Salakia, King.
Somebody said Salakia. Hold on.
I can get it.
Somebody said Salakia.
So this is another thing you have to look at. Like when we read in Leviticus, it tells us that our beard is a sign of manly dignity. All right. These other nations, they understand that by shaving off our beard, it puts shame upon us. Right. And when you go back and you read 2 Samuel chapter 10, and you start at verse, well, you can start at 1, but go to 4, and it tells you, it says, wherefore Hanun took David's servants and shaved off the one half of their beards and cut off their garments in the middle, even to the buttocks, and sent them away. When they told it unto David, he sent to meet them, because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, tarry in Jericho until your beards be grown, and then return. So even like you speaking about the damn Moabite who told the brother, just trim it up, like you see the damn Ammonites, right? They ancestral damn brothers. It's like the heathen nations, they share this information on how to destroy us as a nation, right? When we read Psalms 83, we understand that all of them is Confederates. So we can only assume that they passing this doctrine around amongst them on how to destroy us. You know what I'm saying? Whenever we come in contact with them. So even back in David them time, they knew that shaving off our beard, you know what I'm saying, it put us in a bad place. You know what I mean?
Con. and it goes deep into Samuel. It goes into book of Judith with Achor. Them lots, them children of the Moabites and Ammonites, they really know it. That's what it's talking about. In Second Maccabees, when it said they saw their manliness, they saw their manliness, and they sought by to take them over with policy. You dig what I'm talking about? They trying to find a way to stop you from being the man that you want to be. So the thing is, that's why we got to be so sharp on this, that you not only are able to go into your own chronicles and your own records and make sense of what you're dealing with right now, but you got to go into your records and your chronicles and strengthen your faith to keep the fight. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to be able to go into these chronicles to give you everything you need to keep pushing to endure to the end. Because then when you piece that together and you say, oh, damn, man, they was cutting off our beards in Samuel. Oh man, we couldn't be ourselves in Genesis. Man, they didn't want to eat with us in Genesis, just like in the 50s, just like in the 80s. Wow, this is just like right now. And then you can start piecing it together. You dig what I'm talking about? Like, you got to be sharp with this sword. Let me tell you something. Matter of fact, go to Psalm 83. Go to Psalm 83. Go ahead.
And Khan, just to land me back on what the brother said about the nationality. What we got to remember is the first empires were all dark-skinned people. So when he was talking about the nationalities, the white man studied doctrine. And so therefore, although it's a spiritual thing because, like you said, the Egyptians were, they dark-skinned people, just like the Israelites. But it's nationality. We can tell the difference. I can tell when I was in Iraq, a person who was from Sudan, they had Ugandans, they had Moroccans, they had Germans, they had Iraqis, they had Iranians. Their spirit was different. They had Saudis over there. They had all these different people over there. So you can discern, and they were all darker than me. And so with that being said, we got to remember the first 5 kingdoms, right? Egypt, Assyrian, Babylon, the Persians and the Medes, and then came the Greeks, correct? All right. So therefore, the white, he studied. So even though they were all dark-skinned nations, there was always a difference with the Israelites. So that's all I gotta say, King.
No, and you're right. And they used so what Esau's doing right now ain't nothing new. They learned that from these Hamites. They learned from these Elamites. They learned it. You dig? And they studied it. That's why, matter of fact, hold that Psalm. You got Psalm 83? Hold that real quick and give me Revelations 11 and 8. Real quick. We might as well bring it out since that's the point brothers is making. You dig? Revelations 11 and 8.
God. The book of Revelation, chapter 11 and verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
Now, it's clear that what they did, we know, you can go into history and you can see that the Greeks and the Romans studied Egypt. So Esau is obsessed with Egypt. Esau created Egyptology. You dig what I'm talking about? Esau created Egyptology. Esau studied Egypt and loves Egypt so much that and what they did, that they mimic it. They put pyramids on your dollar bills. You dig what I'm talking about? They put pyramids on your dollar bills, and they so happy that they could study Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? Matter of fact, okay, we're gonna go to Psalm 83, but let me show you something real quick. Go to Book of Daniel, chapter 11. Go to Book of Daniel, chapter 11. Let me show you some history real quick. Book of Daniel, chapter 11. And give me verse 11. 11 and 11. Daniel 11 and 11.
It's the book of Daniel, chapter 11.
Salakia. The book of Daniel is all history about the Greeks. You dig? About the Seleucid Empire and the Ptolemaic Empire. You dig what I'm talking about? And their battles with each other, you know what I mean? So this is all history. We could go into it deeper another time, but this is all history, and it's so accurate that you can't deny the Bible. Daniel 11 is something historians use to I mean, the book of Daniel, period, and Isaiah, they use these books to verify history. They used all of the Bible really to verify history. But Daniel 11 is cold with it. But just to show you something real quick, read verse 11. Go ahead, Baba Kashab.
It's the book of Daniel, chapter 11 and verse 11. And the king of the south shall be moved with choler, and shall come forth and fight with him, even with the king of the north. And he shall set forth a great multitude, but the multitude shall be given into his hand.
Okay, so this is talking about Ptolemy the Fourth, right? Who's really like king in Egypt at the time. He's battling against Antiochus III, who is in the Seleucid Empire right now, right? You dig? And they fighting for each other. Like below Israel was Egypt, and that's the Ptolemaic Empire. Above Israel, you see it's the Seleucid Empire. You dig? Where Antiochus and all that. So this is Antiochus III battling with so king of the south. That would be Ptolemy the Fourth. Go ahead, read verse 12.
Verse 12.
Wait, let me break that down. Salakia. And he was moved with choler. So he's moved with anger. He's trying to, they always used to push, they pushed past Israel, and Ptolemaic Empire would rule over that area. And then the Seleucid Empire would push back, and then they take control of the area. So they were always fighting for control over that area throughout the years, right? You dig? So go ahead, read verse 12.
The book of Daniel, chapter 11 and verse 12. And when he had taken away the multitude, his heart shall be lifted up, and he shall cast down many, 10,000s, but he shall not be strengthened by it.
Okay, now what that's talking about is Ptolemy the Fourth. He won the battle. I think this is called the Battle of Raphia, right? He won this battle. He beat Antiochus III, right? But it says he wasn't strengthened by it because he was a Greek who was ruling over Egypt. Now he won the war. He did what he had to do to win the war. But the people of Egypt was revolting against him, like the true Egyptians, right? The true Hamite Egyptians that he was ruling over was like starting to fight against him. You dig what I'm talking about, right? And really, a lot happens between verse 12 and 13 as far as history is concerned, but Ptolemy the Fourth dies. And then his son, Ptolemy the Fifth, takes over, right? In doing so, he tries to appease the Egyptians that are upset with Ptolemy the Fourth, right? This is what's happening in these verses 11, 12, and to 13. But just to give it to you real quick, this is where we get what we call the Rosetta Stone. Okay, anybody ever heard of the Rosetta Stone? Right? The first time I ever heard the phrase Rosetta Stone was when they brought out this language program so you could learn languages, right? But the Rosetta Stone is actually an actual stone that they found, right? Where it has 3 different languages on it. It has Greek, it has Egyptian, and it has Demotic, right? And this is the stone that they used to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics, okay? When they found this stone, they were like, oh, snap, we can decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics now because we know Greek, we can use this to decipher Egyptian, you dig? And that was done by Ptolemy the Fifth. When it's talking about the king of the south, it was his son that had that put together. And it was really just a decree trying to cater to the Egyptians a little bit, telling them they're going to lighten up on their taxes and they're going to make it easier for them and whoop-de-whoop and wham-wham. But these people have always had a fascination with Egypt. So once they uncovered that Rosetta Stone, then they had the link to go and look at all the hieroglyphics and decipher them, you dig? And really dig into Egyptian culture, right? So all them Egyptologists niggas, man, you got that from a white boy, man. A white boy was on that. White boy started that. And the only reason I brought that out is because on the real, I would never bring that out. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's something I know just from my studies. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's where you get the Rosetta Stone. Between verse 12 and 13, the Rosetta Stone pops into the earth. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, we just happen to be talking about Egypt and how and Esau and Egypt and whatnot. But I really brought that out because because what I'm talking about is we got to sharpen our sword so we can make sense out of what's going on right now. Why do they love Egypt so much? When did they start loving Egypt so much? How come they digging so deep into Egypt? You dig what I'm talking about? These little things you'll see will help you piece together, how they even had access to get so much info about Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? And get into it. You feel what I'm saying? So I brought that out for just something that's just a little something. That's just a little something just to have about. We can get deeper into Daniel 11, but that's a whole thing on its own. You dig what I'm talking about? And I might even go back there to show you a couple more things before we get up out of here, just to show you some more, like, we all, and whoever knows that, all praise to the Most High. But sometimes it's little things in this Bible that if you go deep into it, you'll be like, wow, it'll blow your mind how it connects with history and how it connects with life today. You dig what I'm talking about? But it kind of goes with it, because that's the whole point of today's lesson, is for us to sharpen our sword and for you to always stay sharp with your sword so you can defend you can contend for the faith. For your own solid faith too, you can strengthen your faith, because you can make sense out of this wicked world that's around you more, because it's all in this Bible. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's go to Psalm 83 real quick, King.
Salakia.
Khan.
I just wanted to say by the wife Esau having that Rosetta Stone, they also can see how harsh they treated us and what they do to keep us down and everything, and they use it today. So to keep us from coming back to the Most High. So they use all that stuff. They use paganism. They use cutting our beards off. They use women rising up against the brothers, taking over the household. All that's in Egypt, because we was treated very harsh in Egypt. And I yield the floor.
They dealt wisely with us, right? They dealt wisely with us. And let me tell you something. When I was in the world, and I was getting locked up, and I started realizing ain't nobody got no daddies in their house and all this, I said, whoa, it's like how during Moses' time when they was trying to get rid of all the male babies. That's what I used to look at it as when I was a teenager growing up in the street. I used to say, wow, it's like how they did Moses. And it really is. And now that I'm older and I know the truth, it really was that. It really is that. They studied what they did. They wanted to kill our babies. Didn't they tell them in Exodus 1? They said, hey, man, when your baby come out and it's a man, kill him. You dig? You feel what I'm saying? They dealt wisely with us. They wanted to get rid of the male. They know that it's important to get rid of the male or else emasculate him. You dig what I'm talking about? So that these households don't grow up mighty. They had their little welfare system. They had their little nonsense trickery, all their paganistic gods and all that. You absolutely right, brother. All praise to the Most High. So that's why we got to be sharp with what we know, because they studied it from the Egyptian perspective, right? They studied it from the Egyptian perspective, from the oppressor's side. Our chronicles will tell us what the men of the Lord was doing to deal with this. So we on two different sides of this. You dig what I'm talking about? So we got to master what we know and be sharp with it so that we can split a hair with our slingshot. You dig? When it come time to. You dig what I'm saying? Because when David is practicing with that slingshot, he don't know when he's gonna need that skill. He don't know when it might be called upon him to really use that. But if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. You dig what I'm talking about? So let's go to Psalm 83.
Khan, start from verse 1.
Matter of fact, mine says Psalm 83, a song or psalm of Asaph, right? And since we're talking about sharpening our swords, let me just say this. Who knows who Asaph is? Who's Asaph? Tell me something about Asaph.
Chief musician.
Right, yeah, for sure. He's a chief musician, for sure. What else? Anybody know anything else about him? Let's learn about Asaph real quick. Let's learn something about Asaph. Give me 1 Chronicles 16. Because this is the scripture that we use all the time. We use Psalm 83. Psalm 83 was the scripture that kind of brought me into the truth. It was Deuteronomy 28, but Psalm 83 is what really hit me because it made sense to me why everybody hate us. You know what I'm talking about? So when I read Psalm 83, I was like, oh, that's why I knew it. That's why they all hate us. Wow. You know, it made sense to me. It was one of the scriptures that really helped me come into the truth in a solid way. Psalm 83, right? But who's Asaph, right? Who's Asaph? He wrote this, right? 1 Chronicles 16. Matter of fact, 1 Chronicles 6. I'm Salaki. I want to say 16, but let's go to 16 next. Give me 1 Chronicles 6. 1 Chronicles 6 and 38. Salaki, I gave you the wrong scripture. Give me 1 Chronicles 6 and 38.
It's the book of 1 Chronicles, chapter 6 and verse 38. The son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and his brother Asaph, who stood on his right hand, even Asaph, the son of Bariachah, the son of Shemaiah.
Now, these are all Levites. These are all Levites, mighty musicians, mighty Levites, right? So Asaph was a mighty chief musician. Give me 1 Chronicles 16 now. Give me 1 Chronicles 16 and what do I want? 1 Chronicles 16 and
5.
6. Oh, go with 5. Go ahead, start with 5. Yeah, King. Let's start with 5. You right.
The book of 1 Chronicles, chapter 16 and verse 5. Asaph, the chief, and next to him, Zechariah, Jael, and Shemiramoth, and Jehiel, and Mattathiah, and Eliab, and Benaiah, and Obed-Edom, and Jael with psalteries and with harps. But Asaph made a sound with cymbals.
Okay, Khan, they bringing it out. They got the music, mighty Levites. Read on.
Verse 6. Benaiah also and Jahaziel, the priests with trumpets, continually before the ark of the covenant of God.
Read on.
Then on that day, David delivered first this song to thank the Lord into the hand of Asaph, his brethren.
So there we go. The Asaph is a Levite, mighty musician, mighty man. David is writing songs and delivering them to Asaph. You dig what I'm talking about? Mighty relationship, you know. And it goes on to say what that song is, right? It's found in this 1 Chronicles, but it's also Psalm 105, the song that they talk about at this point. If you read on further down, this matches Psalm 105. If you read verses like 9 through what have you, it matches Psalm 105, right? So this is Asaph. Let's read one more thing about Asaph. Give me 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 29 and 30.
This is the book.
Matter of fact, 29 and 25. Read 29 and 25.
This is the book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 29 and verse 25. And he set the Levites in the house of the Lord with cymbals, with psalteries, and with harps, according to the commandment of David and of Gad, the king's seer, and Nathan, the prophet. For so was the commandment of the Lord by his prophets.
Come on, read on.
And the Levites stood with the instruments of David, and the priests with the trumpets.
Okay, so this is they did this by the commandment of God, but these men that are bringing out this music, They are prophets. They are seers. You dig? When someone's a seer, he's saying he's a prophet. This dude is a seer. He sees visions. The Most High dealing with them. These are very spiritual men. Read verse 30.
Verse 30. Moreover, Hezekiah the king and the princes commanded the Levites to sing praise unto the Lord with the words of David and of Asaph the seer.
Asaph the what?
The seer.
Asaph was considered a seer. King Hezekiah was saying, hey, let's bring this out. Let's put the band together, put the Levites in there, bring them in there, these mighty men, and let's sing the words of David and of Asaph, the seer. This is what King Hezekiah, when we putting on our favorite thing, I grew up, we was putting on Tupac, we putting on Notorious Big, you putting on whatever, Jay-Z, you putting that on. Nowadays, they putting on something different. They might be putting on some Little Durk. They might be putting on something else. You dig what I'm talking about? They putting on this. When Hezekiah wanted to put something on, he put on the words of David. You dig? He put on the words of Asaph, the seer. You dig? Read on, brother.
And they sang praises with gladness, and they bowed their heads and worshipped.
Khan. So the reason why I wanted to bring this out is because, we got to stay sharp on our sword. You might never have nobody come up to you and ask you when the Rosetta Stone came into existence. You might never have somebody come and ask you, hey, who's Asaph? You dig what I'm saying? But this is our book. This is our chronicles. You dig what I'm talking about? Khan, David had lyrics. You already know. He had them skills from the old. You dig what I'm talking about? And he was going hard on them too. God. David was spitting that thing. David was spitting that flame. You dig? And so was Asaph, right? So let's go back to some of that flame that Asaph spit. Let's go back to Psalm 83.
Khan.
Yeah, David was spitting that flame. He was spitting that flame. You dig what I'm talking about? But I the reason why I want to bring that out too is because we love Psalm 83. Don't we love Psalm 83? I don't know. Psalm 83 might come out almost every camp, right? We might bring Psalm 83 out almost every camp. So it can't hurt to go deep into Psalm 83 and to know that about Psalm 83. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's the only reason I bring that up, because we're talking about sharpening our sword and knowing our chronicles, knowing our books so well that can't no Edomite, can't no Moabite, can't no Elamite come and tell you about what this book is supposed to be saying. You should take your time in your leisure to know this book so well that can't nobody come and tell you nothing about it. You dig what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? And if they do, then they're going to be sadly mistaken when they walk away hurt, that you let them know that truthfully they don't know of what they speak when it comes to this book. You dig what I'm talking about? So let's go. Let's read it. Let's read Psalm 83 real quick.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 83 and verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God.
Read on.
For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
And we know this scripture, but bear with me. Keep reading, King.
Verse 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people,
read on.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
Read on.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
This is one of the verses this is one of the chapters that got me solid in the truth. It made so much sense to me. I was like, yeah, man, they all hate us. You dig? And I knew it was true. When I heard these words that was written thousands of years ago, it hit my heart like I'm listening to that old Marvin Gaye or something. You know what I'm talking about? Like I was listening to that old soulful, you dig what I'm talking about? Spiritual thing. And it hit me the same way. You feel what I'm talking about? Keep reading, Baba Kasha.
For they have consulted with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
Right? Okay, so now let's get into it, right? Read on.
The tabernacles of Edom. And
Who's
the
Edom?
Israelites.
Who's Edom? Who's Edom, right? Who's Edom? We all know who Edom is, right?
Esau, so-called.
That's right.
Man.
Read on.
And the Ishmaelites.
Who's the Ishmaelites?
Arabs.
That's right. Read on.
Of Moab.
Who's Moab? That's right. Read on.
And the Hagarenes.
Who's the Hagarenes?
Africans.
Hamites.
Egyptians.
You can say Hamites. See, check this out. When I hear this with the Hagarenes, I hear Hamites. I've done some studying on it. There's a group of Ishmaelites also that take the term Hagarene also. You dig what I'm saying? But if someone's reading this, you might hear people read this list of nations and some people say different names at certain points, right? Hagarenes, some people say Africans, some people say Arabs. Either way, they're heathens that hate us, right? But throughout history, Hamites and Arabs can be looked at as Hagarene. So when I hear it either way, I don't take offense. You dig what I'm talking about? So read on.
Verse 7. Gabal.
Who's Gabal?
Or Hamites.
Yeah, there's some of the Gabal that are Hamites, right? There's actually a group of people that live in Mount Gabal, which is a big city of Mount Gabal, that were all Edomites also. So if someone was reading this out on the street and they said Gabal and they said that was Hamites, I wouldn't argue with them. I would all praise to the Most High. If you actually Google Mount Gabal, it'll just pop up and say Esau, right? So if someone was breaking this down and they said Esau, I'm not tripping either. You dig what I'm saying? Because you might have did whatever research you found, but there are Hamites that would be Gabal. If you Google the Gibelines, it'll pop up Esau. Either way, they are heathens that hate us, right? Right. So depending on what research you found or what you did, you might come up with Ham, you might come up with Esau. You dig what I'm saying? Either way, I ain't hating because you did your research. If you say one of those two, I know you found that through studies. You dig what I'm saying? Right? Read on.
Ammon.
Who's Ammon?
Japanese.
Right, read on.
And Amalek.
I know everybody damn sure know who that is, right? And read on.
The Philistines.
Okay, more Africans, right? And Assyrians, right? Now let's go to verse 9.
Do unto them as unto the Midianites.
Okay, it says do unto them as the Midianites. What's that talking about?
Midianites?
Yeah, Khan.
The Midian, that's Jabbeth.
But not like what now it's referencing like a story. Now they're talking about, before they was naming off nations, right? But now they're referencing history. They're referencing our history. At verse 9, it said, "Do unto them like we did the Midianites," right? Now it's talking about our history. They were just right. They destroyed the Midianites, right? In Judges, right? Judges 7, right? With Gideon, right?
Yeah.
Where they destroyed the Midianites. Is that right? Right? Matter of fact, go to Judges
6 and 1.
7 and 2. Real quick. Hold Psalm 83 and go to Judges 7 and 2 real quick.
7 and 2.
Come on. This is the story of Gideon, right? Matter of fact, start at verse 1.
It's the book of Judges, chapter 7 and verse 1.
Right.
Then Jerubbaal, who is Gideon, and all the people that were with him rose up early and pitched beside the well of Harod, so that the host of the Midianites were on the north side of them by the hill of Moreh in the valley.
Read on.
And the Lord said unto Gideon, the people that are with thee are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel vaunt themselves against me, saying, mine own hand hath saved me.
So this is where Gideon had too many people. They was fighting off tens of thousands of people, and the Most High God was like, you got too many, you got too many, you got too many. Broke them down to like 300, and they let the Midianites have it, right? You can read that story on your own. You probably already read it. You dig what I'm talking about? So all these enemies that they just go back to Psalm 83. All these enemies that they just listed in Psalm 83, they saying in the song, they just listed all the enemies. And now they saying, oh man, do all them the way we did Midian. You dig what I'm talking about? Right? And we know how they did Midian. You know that story of Gideon? You know, it's always a beautiful story to read, right? Okay, do unto them. So verse 9 says, do unto them as unto the Midianites. Read on, brother.
As to Sisera.
Who's Sisera? What's Sisera?
Was that Judges 4?
Yes, brother. Absolutely right. Let's go to Judges 4. That's pretty mean, brother. He knew Judges 4 right off the jump.
Nah. It's written down. It's written down.
God, that's beautiful. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm talking about, because once you go through this, it hit different because you go that deep into it. You know what I mean? Not saying I'm going all deep right now, but I'm just saying we read this. It's good to know who Asaph is. It's good to know that, yes, you could say Gebal and they're Hamites, but you Google the Gebalines, the people who live in Gebal, Mount Gebal, the Gibelines, and that's damn Edomites. You just Google Gibeline and it'll just pop up and say Esau. That's crazy, you know what I'm saying? In Google. But anyway, so who's Sisera? Go to Judges 4 and 2.
The book of Judges, chapter 4 and verse 2. And the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, that reigned in Hazor, the captain of whose host was Sisera, which dwelt in the Harosheth of the Gentiles.
Okay, move forward. Let's go to verse 17. Go to verse 16. Go to verse 16. Go to verse 16. Let's start there. Let's read this little piece. I like this part.
Okay. Verse 16. But Barak pursued after the chariots and after the host unto Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all the host of Sisera fell upon the edge of the sword, and there was not a man left.
Read on.
Howbeit Sisera fled away on his feet to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite.
Okay, so this is a mighty story. All his soldiers fell by the sword. All of Sisera's soldiers fell by the sword. He dipping out on his own. He done dipped out on his own trying to get away, right? And he comes across Jael, the wife of Heber, right? The Kenite. Read on.
For there was peace between Jabin, the king of Hazor, and the house of Heber the Kenite.
Read on.
And Jael went out to meet Sisera and said unto him, turn in, my lord, turn in to me. Fear not. And when he had turned in unto her into the tent, she covered him with a mantle.
Oh, so she welcomed him with open arms. She said, hey, man, come on in here, man. Come on in here. Come on in here. I got you. And he came in there. She kind of took care of him, kind of, you know, put a blanket on him, kind of made him right, kind of got him nice. You dig? Read on.
Verse 19. And he said unto her, give me, I pray thee, a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk and gave him drink and covered him.
Oh man, she's showing him love. She's showing him love right now. She's like, hey, come on in the tent. She's a little rest haven right now for his brother. He was fleeing, all the soldiers dead. They after him, they after his life, and he found her in his tent. She's like, here, chill, have some milk, right? You thirsty? Have some milk. Read on.
Verse 20. Again, he said unto her, stand in the door of the tent, and it shall be, when any man doth come and inquire of thee, and say, is there a man here? That thou shalt say no.
Right, read on.
Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent, and took a hammer in her hand, and went softly unto him, and smote the nail into his temples, and fastened it into the ground, for he was
fastened it into the ground. She told her, hey, they after me, man. If anybody comes, don't tell them I'm here. She like, I got you, man. Rest on, go to sleep. And then she came up to him with a hammer and a nail and drove it into his dome until it was deep into the ground, right? Read on, Salakia. For he was fast asleep.
For he was fast asleep and weary, so he died.
God, no games. That's right. No games. Going back to Psalm 83. We talking about the enemies of God. And these righteous men, these righteous Levites, these righteous priests, like Asaph, was writing about the Moabites and the Edomites and the Ishmaelites and the Ammonites and the Amalekites and the Philistines. And he said, do them like they did Sisera. You dig what I'm talking about? Said, do them like they did Sisera. Now, you could catch somebody in a temple. You could punch somebody in a temple and they're gonna drop like a sack of potatoes. But do you drive that into his temple? You dig what I'm saying? What's gonna happen if you drive that into his temple? You understand what I'm talking about? Now, these are all, yeah, these are Hamites, yes. You dig what I'm saying? And he's telling us to remember this, what we did to these people, and we should, and we wish the same for this list of enemies that we got here. That's what they're doing. They wish the same fate on them. You dig what I'm talking about? Matter of fact, and since we're doing it, let's just go to Jabin real quick. Go. That's in Judges 4 too. Matter of fact, go back to Judges 4 real fast. Judges 4 again. Judges 4 and 24. Judges 4 and 24. I think. No. Yeah, Judges 4 and 24. Read 23 on down.
God. It's the book of Judges, chapter 23, or chapter 4, Salakia, and verse 23.
Read 22. Go ahead, read 22. Yeah, sister was gangster. Read verse 22 and read on down. Salakia, let's leave where we left off, man. It's a beautiful story, man.
God. It's the book of Judges, chapter 4 and verse 22. And behold, as Barak pursued Sisera, Jael came out to meet him and said unto him, come, and I will show thee the man whom thou seekest. And when he came into her tent, behold, Sisera lay dead, and the nail was in his temples.
That's right. Read on.
So God subdued on that day Jabin, the king of Canaan, before the children of Israel.
Read on.
And the hand of the children of Israel prospered and prevailed against Jabin, the king of Canaan, until they had destroyed Jabin, king of Canaan.
God. Now go on back to Psalm 83. And let's read verse 9 again.
Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin at the brook of Kison.
You see that? So we reading off the list of everybody who wants to destroy us from being a nation, and they want to give them the same fate that they had in Judges. You dig what I'm talking about? And they referencing that so they can say, hey man, get him that same cup. And I'll tell you what's funny too. When you talk about Christians or when you talk about people or be like some like I love our women, and I think we got some powerful women, the most powerful women obviously on the planet. But when you get people talking about when you get like those Christians or the women saying that they evangelists and they this and that, and they want to bring up Deborah. They want to bring up Deborah, right? They never bring up JL. You got to remember that. The next time somebody bring up Deborah to you about how she saved Israel, bring up JL to them. You dig what I'm talking about? Nobody bring up what JL did. You dig what I'm talking about? JL did put in some work. You dig what I'm talking about? And got rid of that kind. You dig what I'm talking about? So I'm just saying that what type of work are you trying to do? Our people, Khan, all praise to the Most High. So when we read in this, we realize that these people, they looking at the past and they saying, you know what, these same people that did us dirty in the past, they should get the same fate as them. And that was a raw fate to have a temple peg. You saw them put that on the screen, man. You don't want that temple peg through your dome. You dig? You know what I'm saying? And it's a tender part of your head too. It'll go right through. You dig what I'm talking about? If she give it one good smack, it'll go right through your dome to the ground. You dig what I'm talking about? So yeah, and it ain't no joke. You dig what I'm talking about? It'll go right through where you didn't want it to go. You feel what I'm talking about? And you'll be nailed to the ground like you a Quentin Tarantino movie or something. You dig what I'm talking about? So we have to remember this. This helps us remember who we are. One time I watched this documentary about the Zapatistas, right? The Zapatistas are like a native indigenous tribe in Mexico that live in the mountains. They don't live in the city, they live in the mountains. And they was doing interviews and they just had like AKs and they had their faces covered and they was talking about what the so-called white man did to them and how they took their land. And they said they said something powerful that I'll never forget. They said they want us to forget, right? And they said they want us to forget what they did. And they said we will never forget. And they don't even live in the cities in Mexico. They live off in the mountains. They call the Zapatistas. You dig what I'm talking about? And they said we will never forget. They want us to forget, and we will not forget. You understand? This is what it is for us to forget. They named their enemies, and then they brought out some history to say, we will not forget. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? Let me show you something. Let me show you something, because we got to know our book better than them. We got to be super sharp with our book. We got to be super sharp with our swords, right? Give me John 1 and 11. John 1 and 11.
The book of John, chapter 1 and verse 11.
John, bring it up. Matter of fact, I want to make this clear that this is something you will hear from your friendly neighborhood Christianity pastor. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is the excuse that they'll use to say that you don't deserve to be the chosen people anymore. Okay? Read this, brother.
It's the book of John, chapter 1 and verse 11. Right. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But
right. He said he came into his own, and his own received him not. Right? Read on.
Verse 12. But as many as received him, to them he gave power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name.
Oh, so they'll say, oh, see, it ain't about you no more. It's whoever believes, right? Read on.
Which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God.
And they'll use that to say, well, see, it doesn't matter. At that point, they won't even argue that you're a bloodline Israelite. At that point, they will use that when they say, so what if you're an Israelite? Okay, I'll accept that you descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. When they come into this argument, that's them saying, okay, I accept that you are the children of Israel. But so what? You dig what I'm saying? And we got to know our book well enough to make rationale out of that. You dig what I'm saying? Because we can't deny the fact that, yes, our people delivered him up to the Romans. You dig what I'm saying? But they'll use that to say that's why you don't deserve your salvation no more. And you got to be able to slice that and dice that, right? Give me the book of Acts chapter 4. Book of Acts chapter 4, verse 25, I think. No, 26. Acts 4 and 26.
It's the book of Acts, chapter 4 and verse 26. The kings of the earth stood up, and the rulers were gathered together against the Lord and against his Christ.
Right? All these people were gathered up and stood up against Christ, right? Read on. It's about to name a list of those people. Just like we had a list in Psalm 83 of who's against us, here's a list of who was against Christ, right? You dig? Who was against the Hamashiach Yahushai, right? Read on.
For of a truth, against thy holy child Yahushai, whom thou hast anointed, both Herod and Pontius Pilate, with the Gentiles.
With who?
The Gentiles.
With the Gentiles, read on.
And the people of Israel were gathered together.
So there's his Psalm 83 list right there. You dig what I'm talking about? It says King Herod. We know what Herod did. Herod tried to kill him when he was a baby, right? And Pontius Pilate. We know Pontius Pilate. Ain't Pontius Pilate the one who scourged him? Who scourged him with that wicked whip in John 19, right? And then it says with the Gentiles and the people of Israel. You understand? So they should not be able to go into your book and tell you, oh, well, they'll read John 1 and 11 and make it seem like we was the only ones who was off and that they always loved him. But that tells you right there, all his enemies was Herod, Pontius Pilate, the Gentiles, and the people of Israel. All of them were gathered together. But let's get deeper into that real quick. Let me go bring up something. Go to Matthew 15, Rabbi Kashah. Matthew 15. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm just saying you got to know your own book so well so that they just can't come and bring you anything. They can't come and bring you anything, any old thing. And like you said, a lot of y'all probably already got cuts for this. Y'all already have cuts for that. You dig? But like the king said earlier, there's a million ways to skin a cat. You got to know which right one to use at the right time. So it never hurts to have all of them in your arsenal. You dig what I'm talking about? Give me Matthew 15 and 30. Let's start at 30.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 15 and verse 30.
Bring it out.
And great multitudes came unto him.
Say that again. And what came unto him?
And great multitudes came unto him.
Great multitudes came unto him. He came unto his own, and his own rejected him. It says right here, great multitudes came unto him. Read on.
Having with them those that were lame, blind, dumb, maimed, and many others.
Read on.
And cast them down at Yahushai's feet, and he healed them.
You see what's going on here? Read on. Read on.
Insomuch that the multitude wondered when they saw the dumb to speak, the maimed to behold, the lame to walk, and the blind to see, and they glorified the God of Israel.
It says they watched Yahushai heal these people, and they were like, wow. You dig what I'm talking about? And they wondered. And when they saw the lame walk, they saw the blind see, and they glorified the God of Israel. They glorified the God of Israel. He made the dumb to speak, the blind to see, the lame to walk, and they were just like, wow, and they were glorifying the God of Israel. These are people who were believing. Let's read on.
Verse 32. Then Yahushai called his disciples unto him and said, I have compassion on the multitude, because they continue with me now 3 days and have nothing to eat.
Salakia. That's Salakia. Now that's tough right there. He said, I have compassion on this multitude. So that means there's a whole lot of them. There's thousands of them there, right? Later on, it says it's about 4,000 there. And he said, because they have continued with me now 3 days and they've had nothing to eat. They continued with me 3 days. That means they was walking with Yahushua for 3 days. He said they were walking with him for 3 days without no food. You dig? Now now we're talking about Yahushua. He come outside and people just flood to him like a crowd. You know, Cardi B, I'm in the Bronx right now. I'm in the Bronx right now off Grand Concourse right now. So if Cardi B walked outside, man, don't you know all the little kids would start following her and running after her and all that. You know what I'm talking about? But would they follow her for 3 days? I mean, at one point, they'd be like, hold up, man, I'm going to give me some hot wings or something like this. At some point, you're going to say, hey, man, it was cool seeing Cardi B, but I got to go get me something to eat. You dig what I'm talking about? We're talking about a multitude of thousands of people who followed Yahushua for 3 days, and they had nothing to eat, right? Read on. Read the rest of that, brother, Baba Kashab.
And had nothing to eat. And I will not send them away fasting, lest they faint in the way.
You see that? Yahushua said, these people followed him for 3 days and had nothing to eat, right? He said, if we let these people just walk home now from where we at, man, they might fall away. You dig what I'm talking about? They ain't gonna be able to make it home because they walked with us for 3 days. He said, we got to feed these people. You dig what I'm talking about? These people walked with him for 3 days with no food. That's how much they were believing. That's how much he was affecting them. You dig what I'm talking about? If you go to Mark chapter 2, people was pressed up in a house. They didn't have no room, couldn't fit in there. There was too many people trying to go see him that they couldn't fit nobody up in there. They tore off the roof of the house to bring in people in there. You go to what is that? John 6. John 6. He was feeding the multitudes. They wanted to make him king. John, in verse 15, they said they was going to take him and force him to be king. Right? Go to John 11. Let's go to John 11. John 11, matter of fact. John 11 and 45, Baba Kashab.
Come. It's the book of John, chapter 11 and verse 45. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen the things which Yahushua did, believed on him.
Oh man, they believed on him. Many of those Jews who saw what he did believed on him, right? Read on.
But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and told them what things Yahushua had done.
Go on, read on.
Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles.
Salakia. So some little snitches ran up to them like, hey man, he doing it, man. He getting it in. And they're like, what we gonna do, man? What we gonna do, man? Right, read on.
Verse 48. If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him.
Say that again, brother.
If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him.
Right, read on.
And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
Read on.
And one of them, named Caiaphas, being the high priest that same year, said unto them, ye know nothing at all.
Right. Read on.
Verse 50. Nor consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and that the whole nation perish not.
So Caiaphas jumps in there, the high priest, and he says, y'all don't know nothing. Y'all don't know nada. He said, don't you know that it's expedient for us that one man should die for the people? for the whole nation. It didn't say the whole earth. It said for the whole nation, right? So that the whole nation perish not, right? Read on.
And this spake he not of himself, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Yahushua should die for that nation.
So he's prophesying right now. He's prophesying right now. What he's speaking, it says he spoke not of himself. He's in the spirit right now when he said this. You dig what I'm saying? He prophesied that he should die for that nation, for the whole earth. No, for that nation, right? Read on.
Verse 52. And not for that nation only, but that also he should gather together in one the children of God that were scattered abroad.
That he should gather together the children of God that were scattered abroad. The children of God that were scattered abroad. So this is for that nation, that he's dying for that nation. So the high priest, even though some of these dudes were hating and they just didn't want to lose their status in Rome, the high priest prophesied and was in the spirit and said, hold up, y'all don't even know. Isn't this all in the scriptures? That the Messiah is going to come and he's going to die for us so that we all won't perish? Isn't that in the scriptures, right? He's prophesying about Yahushua, and they are at that point. Caiaphas was letting it be known that he knew that Yahushua was the one. He believed, you know what I'm saying, on him. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, since we're saying that, let's go to Matthew 27 real quick. Let's go to Matthew 27 and 24.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 24. When Pilate saw that
wait, Salaki. I just thought of something. Let's read this first. Can you hold that? And let's go right back to that after we read this. Go to John 19. Let's go to John 19 real quick.
John 19?
John 19 and 1, and then let's come right back to that Matthew 27.
This is the book of John, chapter 19 and verse 1. Then Pilate therefore took Yahushua and scourged him.
When he scourged him, Salaki, when he scourged him, that's like, I don't know if y'all seen Passion of the Christ when they was whipping him with that crazy whip that was ripping his flesh off and all that. You dig what I'm talking about? That's what that was. Pilate was scourging Yahushua with a whip that was like, had things on the end of it that if it hit you, it would rip off chunks of your flesh. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what Pilate did. You dig what I'm talking about? Right? And keep reading, brother. Salaki.
Verse 2. And the soldiers platted a crown of thorns and put it on his head, and they put on him a purple robe.
No, it said the soldiers did that. The soldiers did this. This isn't Israel. This isn't Israelites who did this. This was Pilate who scourged him, and this was come on, King. And this was the soldiers that platted that crown of thorns on his forehead. That wasn't us. And look, they just want to make Yahushua look like an Edomite. So check it out. The soldiers, that was Pilate himself who scourged him. The soldiers, those were Roman soldiers who put a crown of thorns on his head and then put that robe on him and taunted him. Read on, King.
Verse 3. And said, Hail, King of the Jews. And they smote him with their hands.
You see this now. So these same people who will tell you, oh, we came to his own and you guys rejected him. So he opened it up for all the Gentiles. We just read in Acts 4 that all these people gathered together against him. You dig what I'm talking about? But just keep in mind what we just read in John 19. Pilate himself scourged Yahushua and ripped his flesh off with that crazy scourge. Right? Those are Roman soldiers who put the crown of thorns on his head. Who put the crown of thorns on his head? You dig?
Romans.
That wasn't our people who put that crown of thorns on his head. You dig what I'm talking about? Con. So let's go back to Matthew 27 and 24. And just keep that in mind what we just read, right?
Con. It's the book of Matthew.
And brother, I just want to say the water, King, because I'll praise to the Most High, because I'm kind of scattering this all around, and I appreciate you, maneuvering real quick, fast with your sword, King. You know what I mean? Me and you done some battle together. We went to war against these heathens together. You know what I mean? But so I know you, and but I'm saying you read some of them names, some of them crazy names in a nice way too, King. I got full respect for you, King. All praise to the Most High. You know what I mean? Go ahead, bring that up.
All praise to the Most High. You mighty on the sword, General. I'm glad to be at your side, brother. The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 24. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to do it.
Okay, so check that out. We just read that this dude scourged Yahushua. We just read that it was his soldiers that put a crown of thorns on his head, right? If we keep reading in Matthew 27, we're going to see that again, that crown of thorns that those soldiers put on his head, right? That the soldiers of the governor put on his head, right? So they got the nerve to say they're innocent of his blood. But this is all beautiful and it's all spiritual, right? He's a runner, he's a track star. So he gonna say he has nothing to do with it. He go, hey man, I ain't got nothing to do with this. He just scourged him. You dig what I'm talking about? He just scourged Yahushua. His soldiers finna put a crown of thorns on his head, and then they got the nerve to say they innocent of his blood. But that's spiritual, because just like that Passover that we just ate, that beautiful Passover that we all just celebrated, that lamb, when that blood was put on the doorways, that was to save us. You dig what I'm talking about? That was not to save the Egyptians. That wasn't to save the whole world. You dig what I'm talking about? That wasn't to save the whole earth. That was to save the children of Israel. That blood of the lamb was to save Israel and only Israel, right? And read on. What we say next, King? Read verse 25, Bible Kashah.
God. Verse 25. Then answered all the people and said, his blood be on us and our children.
He said, then answered all the people and said, his blood be on us and on our children. Just like in the Passover, when that blood saved us, it did not save Egyptians. It was not to save the Egyptian. It was to save the Israelites. You understand? Just like we couldn't sit at that table with them Egyptians, just like we couldn't sit at that table with them Edomites at that lunch counter. What was theirs, they wanted it for theirs, and they didn't want it to be for us. But what's for us right there, we're saying what that's for. That blood is for us. You understand? And some of these coons got too much of a problem. They want to share with them when they never shared with us. This is something that's going to be for us. And we got to claim that for us. You dig what I'm saying? And we got to know why we sent them up there and what happened with the high priest and what's going on with our people. And that blood is to help save our people. This is our book. This is our people. And we got to know it well enough where they come with that nonsense. We slicing all that up. You dig what I'm talking about? And we slicing all that up. You feel me? You know what? Let me show you one little thing. Let me show you something real quick. And then I'm gonna let the next mighty brother come up here because I got to make something happen in the morning. So Most High willing, another mighty brother to come up and finish off this lesson. But check it out and bring out what they got to bring out in a mighty way. But let me show you something, man. The whole point is that we gotta be nice with our swords. We gotta work on our sling so that when that giant finally come, we can hit that giant in the forehead and that thing will sink into his forehead. You dig what I'm talking about? So we got to be nice with our sword. We got to know what we doing. We got to know what we talking about. You feel what I'm saying? And there's things so deep into this book This book be jumping off the pages. It can never be enough. You dig what I'm talking about? It can never be enough. So let me get go back to Daniel 11. Let me show you something real quick in Daniel 11. Let me show you something in Daniel 11. Go to Daniel 11, verse 20.
It's the book of Daniel, chapter 11 and verse 20. Then shall stand up in his estate a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom. But within a few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle.
Okay, Khan. Now, who is this talking about? What is this talking about, a raiser of taxes? Who is this talking about? Does somebody know?
Caesar.
No. Anybody else know?
Salakia.
Khan.
The raiser of taxes is the Most High.
I mean, I feel you on that, but this is actually actual history that took place, right? And let me show you what this is about. You dig what I'm talking about? Go to 2 Maccabees chapter 3. This is about Seleucus the Fourth. Oh, who's that? Jamila? Yeah, Jamila. As soon as I said it, she popped on the screen with that. That's all right. That's right. This is about Seleucus the Fourth. Seleucus the Fourth. That's right. This is real history that happened, right? This is real history that happened, right? And Daniel prophesied this before it happened, but it happened already, and it happened in 2 Maccabees 3. This is talking about Seleucus the Fourth. So since Jamila went and said that, and all praise to the Most High God, let's go where it says his name. Go to 2 Maccabees 3 and 3.
It's the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 3. Insomuch that Seleucus, king of Asia, of his own revenues, bear all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifices.
Okay, so I just wanted to read that part so you know it's his name. This is about Seleucus the Fourth. If you read Daniel 11, if you go read up in a few other verses, it's like Cleopatra comes into the action. But what happens at this point, what's going on at this point in Greece is Rome is starting to rise, right? Rome is starting to rise. The Seleucid Empire is the north, right? The south is the people who run the Ptolemaic Empire. They run Egypt, but they starting to tie up with Rome. And Rome kind of did the Seleucid Empire dirty in a battle. And Rome is saying, look, you want to deal over here, man, you got to break bread. So Rome is taxing the Seleucid Empire, right? Right, Khan. So Rome is taxing them. So they at this point, they got to bring up money. They got to come up with some bread to pay off what they owe Rome, right? And what they're doing is Seleucid has his own personal tax man who's running around gathering money all around the countries, right? So let's go down. Let's go back to 2 Maccabees 3 and read verse 4.
Time. 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 4. But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city.
Right. So he fell out. So Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, he was made governor of the temple. He fell out with the high priest, right? So now we got dissension amongst the ranks. Read on. He fell out with Onias. Right? Read on.
And when he could not overcome Onias, he got him to Apollonius, the son of Thracias, who then was governor of Celesyria and Phoenice.
So he went to the heathens. Right? he went over to the heathens. And read on.
Verse 6, and told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money.
Right, read on.
So that the multitude of their riches, which did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices, was innumerable, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand.
Hey, and you know what? Just to say something crazy, my daughter was watching Garfield, right? My daughter's watching Garfield, and they on some thing where they travel to China, and some evil Chinese guy is looking for this treasure that they got buried somewhere. They got this treasure in a vault somewhere, and then they called the treasure, they called it the Hebrew treasure. They said this ancient Hebrew treasure. I'm like, she watching Garfield, and they got these cartoon Moabites talking about this room full of treasure, and they called it the Hebrew treasure. But anyway, read on. I'm just starting to say that. Salaki, go ahead, read on.
Yeah. Verse 7. Now when Apollonius came to the king and had showed him of the money whereof he was told, the king chose out of Heliodorus, his treasurer, right, sent him with a commandment to bring him the foresaid money.
Now, that's what we're talking about. So the raiser of taxes is Seleucus the Fourth, but the man he sent to go bring it was Heliodorus, right? Now we read deeper into this, right? We read deeper into this, and this is a pretty famous story. This is a kind of famous story. You know, let's go, go ahead, read verse 23. Go ahead to 23.
Verse 23.
Right.
Nevertheless, Heliodorus executed that which was decreed. Now, as he was there present himself with his guard about the treasury, the Lord of spirits and the Prince of all power caused a great apparition, so that all the presumed to come in with him were astonished at the power of God, and fainted and was sore afraid.
Now this got real crazy. Now this gets real crazy, right? Read on.
For there appeared unto them an horse with a terrible rider upon him, and adorned with a very fair covering. And he ran fiercely and smote at Heliodorus with his forefeet, and it seemed that he that sat upon the horse had a complete harness of gold.
Complete harness of gold. Angels now coming out. Horses stomping Heliodorus out for trying to take the treasure, right, out of Jerusalem, right? Read on.
Moreover, two other young men appeared before him, notable in strength, excellent in beauty, and comely in apparel, who stood by him on either side and scourged him continually and gave him many sore stripes.
Beating him down to the ground, right? Read on.
And Heliodorus fell suddenly into the ground and was compassed with great darkness. But they that were with him took him up and put him into a litter.
Right. No, check it out. Now check this out. So he tried to take our treasure because they needed money. They was trying to gather up money, and they was gathering money. But when they found out about what we had, they tried to take that, and this is what happened to him. Now he left. Now Heliodorus ended up leaving, right? He ended up leaving because he acknowledged the power of God, right? Read on 28. Read 28.
Thus him that lately came with a great train and with all his guard into the said treasury, they carried out, being unable to help himself with his weapons. And manifestly they acknowledged the power of God.
They acknowledged the power of God. Go ahead, speed up and go. Let's go to verse 35. Go to verse 35.
Book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 35. So Heliodorus, after he had offered sacrifice unto the Lord and made great vows unto him that had saved his life, and saluted Onias, returned with his host to the king.
Read on.
Then testified he to all men the works of the great God, which he had seen with his eyes.
He said, man, I went in there to take that money, man. I went in there to take that gold and that silver, man. And then don't you know that damn angel came out on a horse, man, and two other angels, man, they was beating me down. You dig what I'm talking about? Read on.
And when the king asked Heliodorus who might be a fit man to be sent once again to Jerusalem, he said,
okay, well, who can I send to Jerusalem? Who would be good for me to send there that can bring that treasure back, right? This is what Heliodorus said.
If thou hast any enemy or traitor, send him thither, and thou shalt receive him well scourged, if he escape with his life. For in that case, no doubt, there is an especial power of God.
God, he said, who can I send over there to go get that money, man? If you can't go get it, man, who can I send over there to get that? He said, man, if you got an enemy, you got somebody you hate, you got a traitor, somebody you don't give a damn about, send them. Because if they come back, they're going to come back beat down if they come out at all. You dig what I'm talking about? Because that's a special place of God. But what I'm saying, my point is that that's in Daniel 11, this long story that you see in 2 Maccabees 3, is like one verse in Daniel 11. You dig what I'm talking about? Because once you get to Daniel 11 and 21, then it starts talking about Antiochus IV, Antiochus Epiphanes, you know what I mean? The worst of the worst, vile one, right? But when you read that, there's gems like this all through your Bible that go deeper, that go deep, right? That go real deep. Matter of fact, go ahead, give me Job. Give me the book of Job, brother. Job 11, I believe, is what I want. Yeah, Job 11, and give me verse, let's start at verse 6. Let's start at verse 6.
This is the book of Job, chapter 11 and verse 6. And that he would show thee the secrets of wisdom, that they are double to that which is.
The secrets of wisdom are double, right? They are double to that which is, right? Read on.
Know therefore that God exacteth of thee less than thine iniquity deserveth.
Right, read on.
Canst thou by searching find out God?
Read on.
Canst thou find out the Almighty unto perfection?
Can you find out God? Can you figure it all out? Can you see what he got, everything he got going on? No. You dig? Read on.
Verse 8. It is as high as heaven. What canst thou do? Deeper than hell. What canst thou know?
Man, he said it's as high as heaven. What canst thou do? It's deeper than hell. What canst thou know? I remember I used to listen to this song. I don't know, y'all ever mess with, you know what I mean? Y'all might be too old. Y'all might be too young to know about what I know about. I know about that old school. And they used to have this beautiful, beautiful singer by the name of Sade, right? And she used to sing this song called Is It a Crime? Right? And she said, you should say Salaki, because I don't be singing like I would like to. You dig? If I could sing, I'd never talk. You dig what I'm talking about? I'd be like, how about Shem, how Shai Barakatah? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even be talking, brother. I salute you in song, brother. You dig? But check it out. She said, my love is wider than Victoria Lake, tall as the Empire State. It dives, it jumps. You dig what I'm talking about? And it ripples like the deepest ocean. That's what she said about her love. She said, my love is wider than Victoria Lake. I don't know, some of y'all know Sade. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Tall Empire State. You know, it dies, jumps. She was talking about her love was strong when you heard that. She said her love is strong. You dig what I'm talking about? Read that verse 8 again, King. Read that verse 8 again. We talk about searching out the Almighty God and his perfection, right? Read that verse 8.
It is as high as heaven. What canst thou do? Deeper than hell. What canst thou know?
Read on.
The measure thereof is longer than the earth and broader than the sea.
You dig what I'm talking about? So there's so much in our book. There's so much in our book that we can keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And we can never sharpen our sword enough so that we know what's our history and what's our future. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? Let's get the classic. Let me get 2 Timothy 2:15. Go ahead, read it when you got it, brother.
2 Timothy 2:15. The book of 2 Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 15. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
Rightly dividing the word of truth. So study to show yourself approved, rightly dividing the word of truth. You might be reading Psalm 83, and you might want to stop and find out who Asaph is. You might be reading something, and you might want to veer off for a second, take a little time to get deeper into that. You dig what I'm talking about? And sharpen your sword. You can never sharpen it enough. You can never go deep enough. You dig what I'm talking about? And really, that's kind of what I wanted to bring out. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. I gotta make a move. I gotta make a play. You dig what I'm talking about? Khan, all praise to the Most High. Khan, all praise to the Most High. Your mom is wise, King. All praise to the Most High. I want to say I appreciate you, brother, for reading. I know it ain't the easiest thing to read for me, because sometimes I'll be like, oh, don't go there, hold that, go there, hold that. And I appreciate you, King, because I be kind of like, I don't want to say I'm scatterbrained, but I just want to say I be, I don't know. Maybe I'll say I'm scatterbrained. I don't know. But sometimes it be flowing. You dig what I'm talking about? And I appreciate you flowing with me. I appreciate you flowing with me, Mighty King.
Hands, Yawasop. You mighty with the sword.
Hey, Jamila, I remember you. How you know that? How'd you know that, Jamila? I'm just messing with you. All praise to the Most High. That sister been studying to show herself approved. And I appreciate all y'all who, even under the sound of this voice, y'all, I'm humbled that somebody even want to hear me hop up and even teach anything about it, about this Bible. You dig what I'm talking about? So I want to say all praise to the Most High. That's right. Good study. All praise to the Most High for y'all even bearing with me. You dig? Because I'm a little unorthodox. You dig? Go ahead, King.
Salakia, you a mighty king, and you a mighty teacher, but don't ever sing again. I love it.
Well, you don't want to hear my greatest hits? You telling me I shouldn't go hop in the studio and lay down some choruses?
You mighty on the hooks. You mighty on the hooks, y'all. Stop. General is mighty on the hooks. God.
Hey man, I feel good about. Hey, well, you know what? You just broke my heart, King. I was feeling good about my Sade, man. I was feeling good about that Sade. I said, oh, that was a high note, though. You wasn't feeling that?
You got voice like many waters, Ak.
All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. See, I appreciate y'all rolling with me and y'all flowing with me, because it is a little different, and I just appreciate it. And then talking to the brothers, Most High willing, y'all might have to deal with me again sometime soon. So all praise to the Most High. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all might have to deal with me again. You know what I'm saying? All praise to the Most High. Shalom, mighty King and princesses.
Before you go, King, let me get Jeremiah 3:15 real quick.
Khan.
Jeremiah 3:15.
Khan.
That brother put the ak a bit too damn strong. He said ak.
Yeah, he put a little extra hot sauce on the ak because of my singing skill.
Good. But beautiful lesson, man. Beautiful. It was a beautiful lesson, King. Let me get Jeremiah 3:15. Bring it out when you got it.
It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 3 and verse 15. And I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding.
So like I was talking with the brother Yawasop earlier today, and you know, me and him always chop it up when we get a chance. And I was telling the brother, listen, we got all different type of teachers, different styles, different backgrounds, different life experiences, right? If you notice with HOI, when it comes to, let's say, feast days, we all got that, what they call it, jumbo, like, you know, everybody bring their own dish. They bring their own dish to put it together so we can all have one big dish. Y'all know what I'm saying? I think it's called potluck, right? Yeah, it's called potluck. And everybody bring what they can make the best at, and we all bring it together, and we somehow, some way make it all work. You know? And that's how we look at it with brothers and sisters coming into this camp, coming into this knowledge of the truth, especially brothers that's teaching. We all got something to offer. You know, everybody walk is different, but guess what? We all at the same destination right now. We all got something to offer. You don't know how you teach, might gravitate towards somebody's spirit, and you might pull them in through the way you speak. You know, they might not get pulled in by somebody else teaching. They might get pulled in by the way you talk and the language you use, the music that you use to compare with that spirit. And then they'll gravitate towards the truth because of the way you broke it down. You had to use some rap. You had to use some rap music. Huh? You had to use some Sade.
Yeah.
You know, some of the brothers in the new school, we don't know about no Sade. He's old school, man. So you got to pull people in based on your life experience coming into this truth. Yeah, you truly appreciate it, man. That's what the Lord said. We all appreciate everybody that's here, brothers and sisters. I will give you pastors according to mine heart, according to the Lord's mind. And I will feed you with knowledge and understanding. Right? You can't talk to everybody about no Little Dirk because they don't know that. But the young ones, they hear about Little Dirk, he's up on that, and then you bring them scriptures about it, they're like, oh, snap, man. You're bringing them in, you're reeling them in. You know, so I just leave you with that, King. How you?
Hey, all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High. Hey, call halal Yahweh Bahashem Yahushai. Barakathum.
Doom.
Barakathum, Yahweh Bahashem Barakathum.
So we got double trouble tonight. Yawasop the teacher, Yawasop the reader.
God. Hey, the water again, Mighty King. I'm gonna see you on the battlefield soon. All right.
And I'll be back up in New York ASAP.
Okay, all praise to the Most High. Hey, everybody have a beautiful night. I gotta go make a play and make a move in the morning, so I'm gonna holler at y'all. Shalom. Come here, Shalom.
That boy sure can sing.
Yo, don't do my mans like that, man. That's my mans in them.
Good.
Good. Go ahead, King. Brother Joseph Yawasop. What you got, King?
Khan, just we heard it mighty in the spirit from General Yawasop, HY New York, New Jersey. And we're just going to follow up on what he was talking about. One of the reasons why we got to sharpen the sword is because we are the chosen people of the Most High God. So we can't walk around lacking knowledge and lacking understanding. Let's see who we got on the call still. Brother Joshua, you still on the call? I'm not sure if he's on the call. If somebody could read.
You need a reader, King?
Yeah, we need a reader.
I'll read for you, King.
You want to the one.
You want to
Shalom.
Shalom, King.
Kwame
Yashara.
And Salakia, just wanted to let y'all know, like I said, you know, sometimes here and there we let people go ahead and, you know, bring out a lesson, show what they got, you know, HOI Thursday class and the Tuesday class as well, too. You know, we don't try to leave it for just one person to do everything by himself. So we always try to mix it up every week. So everybody get a chance. You know, this is how we try to move as a camp and as a unit as well. And we try to mix it in with testimonies, try to mix it in with, you know, people's dreams, try to mix it in with people's goals, all different things, different questions. current events was going on. So we always try to switch it up a bit and here and there. So tonight's theme was Double Trouble. Yawasop, Brother Joseph / aka Yawasop, New York, New Jersey, and Yawasop from NC. So bring it out, King.
All praises. First, we want to start off giving all glory and honor to Yahweh through his only begotten Son, Hashem Yahushua, Mashiach Malak. And then we want to give double honors to our elders who brought us and taught us and brought us up, gave us the opportunity to stand with them, hold posts, hand out flyers, read, and also begin to teach. Thank you all for giving us that opportunity, and we give all the glory and praise to Yahweh through his only begotten Son, Yahushua. And Yawanathan, you can start off. Let's go to Deuteronomy 7 and 6. We're just going to land back off of what the General Yawasop was saying about why it's so important for us to sharpen our sword. And we start off with Deuteronomy 7 and 6.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. And it reads, "For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth."
So that's why it's so important for us to sharpen our sword. We got to separate ourselves from those average Christians who know John 3:16 and know 2 or 3 verses, and that's all they could give you, and they run out of juice, they run out of steam after that. But what we got to do is we got to understand that the Most High chose us specifically for a specific reason, to set us above everybody else. That means we got to go above and beyond for the Most High. We got to keep our nose in the books. We got to keep studying to show ourselves approved, as the mighty general brought out. And when we do that, we'll begin to separate ourselves from the pack, and we'll become leaders of the nation. And that's what the Most High wants us to do. He wants us to lead people. He wants us to bring people back home, to bid them back to the marriage, to bring them into his Father's house. So we are separate from other people. We're holy. We consecrated unto the Most High, and he expects much of us. He doesn't want us to, just be able to go through, 1 verse, 2 verses. He wants us to be able to, out of the blue, grab the book and be able to bring out something mighty in the spirit that will edify our brothers and our sisters. And as Cap just said, he's going to choose pastors according to his own heart. Like we read about David having the sling. David was a man after the Most High's own heart. So that's what he wants us to do. And he wants us to feed the people, feed the sheep, feed them with the bread of life, which is the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding, and how to keep the commandments. And then we could go into, let's see, Isaiah 44, 1 and 2.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 44 and verse 1. "Yet now hear, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen."
Come. So that's who we are. We're Israel. We are the sons of Jacob. We are the 12 tribes of Israel, and we set above all people on the earth. The Most High said it. Get it into your system. Make sure you trust it, because it's the word. It's thus saith the Lord. And once you begin to do that, you'll begin to want to learn the stories, want to learn how to connect the dots and make sure that you're on point. So if you do get asked any questions, if you do get, brought onto in the highways and the hedges, and somebody brings into you a question, that you're able to answer them with confidence, and you're able to show them why the Most High chose you to be able to bring out his word to his people, and how you're able to feed his people and give them the truth of the book, not just give them a lot of hogwash like the Christian churches do. Just give them hogwash so that they can give you some money at the end of the service, put something in the collection plate. We're not looking for that. We're not looking for anything to go in the collection plate. We're looking to bring more mighty brothers and more virtuous sisters into the house of the Lord. And you can read verse 2.
Verse 2. "Thus saith the Lord that made thee, and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, and thou Jeshurun, whom I have chosen.
God. So see, it's nothing for us to fear. We don't have to be scared to bring out a lesson. We got our brothers that's gonna help us out. We got on the call, you hear Cap will help you out. Yuanathon, step up to read. And you know, when he out there on the highways and hedges, he got the brand new iPhone taking the crisp pictures and taking the crisp videos. And we got Shemaiah on bringing up the Bible on the screen so everybody could read along. And you know, that's what you have. You have a strong brotherhood here in the house of Israel, a strong brotherhood that's going to give you the opportunity to yield the sword and yield the sword in battle against these heathen nations that want to see us down and keep us down, and that built the crafty counsel against us. That's why we got to be even wiser than them. That's why I said, be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And that's what we learned. We learned, thus saith the Lord. That's what we learned from Priest Sabat, and we learned all the way on down to the ones of us that still hand out flyers. And you know, that's one of the keys, that in the house of Israel we taught to humble ourselves and to humble ourselves before the Lord. We taught to love our brothers, and that's another way that we keep our sword sharp, by helping our brothers to sharpen their sword. On Tuesday night classes, we have the iron sharpen iron class. So that's what we're doing. We sharpening each other up. We keeping each other ready for the battlefield. And that's what the Most High wants. That's why he said, thus saith the Lord. He made us, he formed us. From the womb, this was what we were supposed to do. And that's why it's so important for us to stick with each other and to remain loyal. Like Chief always says, loyalty is royalty. So we got to remain loyal to the house of Israel, the ones that help bring us up into this thing and bring us up in the truth. And as we do that, the Most High will continue to give us opportunities, whether it's to hand out flyers or do something like we did at Passover, come together and have a great time with each other. And because there's 2 more feast days that we got to go through. That's mandatory for all the men of the house of Israel. And it's going to give us more time to come together and to have joy and to be able to fellowship with each other and sharpen each other's sword at the same time. We was out there boxing with each other and playing football, and you know, some of the brothers were rapping and bringing out scriptures and standing all together, bringing out scriptures together. That's how we all sharpen each other's sword. We keep each other on point, and that's what we're supposed to do, as the mighty general brought out earlier today. You go to Amos 3:1. Yohanan, please.
Okay. This is the book of Amos, chapter 3 and verse 1. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
So the Most High is telling us he don't really deal with nobody else. He don't know nobody else like that. You know how we say in the hood, like, you know, I don't know you. And, you know, somebody from back in the days trying to get on your Facebook or something like that. You're like, come on, man, I don't know. I don't remember you from high school. Like, who would you? That's how the Most High looks at the rest of the nation. And he said to us, is we so special to him that he says, only us has he known and who he's dealt with like that. He put and set us above all people on the earth. And then said, only us, only Israel has he known and who has he dealt with. And that's something that's very important. That's another important reason why we should be sharpening our sword. We should be making sure we contact our brothers, helping our brothers out, loving our brothers, taking the rebuke when we got to take the rebuke, taking it like men. And the other nations envy who we are. They want to be who we are. So they try and put us down and make us not remember who we are. But now that the prophets have returned, now that the mighty men of Israel, the house of Israel, and the other camps that's out there too, have been able to stand up and bring the word out and bring it out strong and mighty in the spirit, now we starting to remember who we are. So you see the Most High visiting the earth now. He's starting to do some things. He's starting to shake some things up. And as he shakes up the kingdom and destroys Esau's kingdom, he's going to choose certain ones of us. We don't know who the hopeful elect is, but we hope that we are of the hopeful elect. But you see, he's marking us because we're starting to follow his laws, statutes, and commandments. And that's why it's so important for us to stick with it and to make sure that whenever we get the chance, we keep our brothers in this thing and keep our sisters in this thing. If you see somebody falling out, let them know. Listen, man, this is where the love is at. This is where the real love is. And we do that again by helping each other, by rebuking each other. And sometimes you got to do it quietly and silently in the corner with your brother. Hey, man, I see you falling off. And you know you could do better than that, man. We know what we got to do. Sometimes we do it publicly. And other times you just plain old help a brother. Maybe a brother need a ride to camp, or everybody need to help out and get the car to go to a feast day or something like that. Or like Captain was saying, maybe we all got to go potluck and everybody bring a good plate of food so everybody can eat good on the feast day. Whatever your part is in the body, that's something that we should all play our part and play our role. I remember, it was one of the first things Cap taught me was that there's different parts to the body, and not every part of the body does the same thing. So whatever part to the body you are, you're very important and intricate to the body growing. And as everybody has seen, the house of Israel is growing. And as we continue to grow, it's going to be what they call growing pains. So as we go through those growing pains, let's just keep, doing what we do best, which is showing true, genuine brotherly love to each other and sharpening each other up like we always do on the Tuesday night calls. That's why it's very important to get onto the calls, get onto the Tuesday classes, get onto the Thursday classes, go out to camp if you can, do whatever you can to help build the body up. Because again, we are chosen people and God knows us. He don't know everybody else like that. And that's why it's important for us to get to know each other and have those moments like we had down at the Passover. We can go to Luke 18:7. Baba Kishar.
It's the book of Luke, chapter 18 and verse 7. And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them?
God. That's what the Most High is doing right now. When you see what's happening in Russia, when you see what's happening with all the different news, they got a mega drought going on in California right now. They got a mystery hepatitis breakout. They got a so-called border crisis where they're letting in people from other countries, Afghanistan, Ukraine, but yet they still taking the northern tribe and treating them bad. They're taking the tribe of Levi, they're treating them bad. So the Most High sees that. And he said, look, I'm going to avenge my elect. I'm going to avenge my people. Why? Because we as chosen people, and he don't know nobody else. He only love us. That's what he said. He said, I only love you, Israel. I don't love nobody else. And so he said, I'm going to come and avenge you. And vengeance is the Lord, as it says in the scriptures. It belongs to him. And he's going to use us to enact that vengeance upon this earth and upon his enemies, like we read in Psalm 83. And they brought out mighty in the spirit. So, when the Most High allows for us to receive that spiritual power, that's going to allow us to enact his vengeance upon the earth and avenge his people, we got to take this thing serious now. We got to show them that we preparing now by filling our hearts up with the Lord's statutes and commandment, and by filling us up.
God. Elder Taraz on the clubhouse. He wanted to say something real quick. Go ahead, Elder.
I want to go back to that point real quick. Brother bringing out Revelation 3:19 about correcting the brother. Many brothers, they take this, they don't understand. They don't understand that correction is necessary. You have to be able to take correction. It's essential. Revelation 3:19.
God, bring it out.
Hey, Salakia, can y'all hear him good? Because I could barely hear him.
No.
You can barely hear me?
Yeah, I could barely hear you.
Couldn't hear you.
Couldn't hear me?
Let me see. Revelations 3:19. That's the scripture he was talking about. I don't know if they can hear you as well.
Can't hear me? All right, Cap. So, hey, Ariel, just bring that out. Because I want you know, the brother was talking about rebuke. You know what I mean? And brothers got to understand that rebuke is part of this. Got to be able to take correction. Got to be able to take reproof. All right? So if they can't hear me, Cap, just bring that out.
All right, Elder. All right. This is Revelations chapter 3, verse 19. When anybody have it, say con.
Con.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 19. It says, as many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. Be zealous, therefore, and repent.
You can't hear me, Cap. You just go into that.
Yeah, they can hear you now.
They can hear me?
Yeah, y'all can hear the Elder?
Yeah, we can hear better. Yeah.
All right, Con, it's perfect. Go ahead, Elder.
As many as I love, I rebuke. Being zealous. So you have to take rebuke. You have to take correction. That is actually love. That's actually love, man. When my elders used to tell me, he said, if you're in war and a man tell you get down because a bullet is coming, sometimes you don't worry about how the man says it. The point is that the man is trying to protect you from something. So brothers got to understand this. I want brothers to know this because you see what I'm saying? Y'all young brothers coming in the truth. Y'all really didn't have the rebuke and correction that me and Sabak had. And it made us stronger. All right. So I want brothers to start getting used to brothers correcting each other and rebuking. That's actually love. If it's done sincere. Some brothers may be doing it, you know, on a power trip, but the spirit is going to let you know. But brothers, learn to embrace that because we all got to correct and rebuke each other. Con?
All right. All praises to the Most High. Thank you, Elder Terah, for chiming in. All praises, and thank you, Cap. Appreciate it. Let's go. You could drop that, Yawanathan, and give me Numbers 27. And Numbers 27 and 16.
It's the book of Numbers, chapter 27 and verse 16. Let the Lord, the God of spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation.
God. So that's who our elders are. That's who the Lord, the Most High, has set over the congregation of the house of Israel. He set the mighty men who've been studying these words, who got libraries worth of books, who got a vast knowledge, who stand up to these trumps on Clubhouse that try and talk trash, who stand up to these heathen Christian apologists, and they know the word, you know, and what has been revealed to them, and they take it seriously. And you can see by the way they're able to stand mighty in the spirit and bring it out, by the way they're able to pull us under their wings and teach us and get us, you know, I was a knucklehead, and get us knuckleheads to get on the right path. So these are the men that the Most High set over the congregation. Captain Ariat, out in the Midwest, building the whole house of Israel Midwest right now, where we went from having probably just a camp in a city or two to now we got whole regions. We went from having a New York, the 5 boroughs in each little different district, to now we got whole regions. We got the West Coast. Priest Zabak got the whole West Coast over there. If you watch his videos, he's mighty in the spirit out on Sunset. You got Chief Ephraim and Priest Showerpar down in Georgia, taking over all of the South right now. Florida, we have camps, and we up and down the East Coast, and Captain Ariya now in the Midwest. We over the whole country. So the mighty men of valor that the Most High set up, he put them over the congregation for a reason. So when they give you love, as Elder Terah was saying, you know, sometimes it's something that they call tough love. And you got to be able to accept the tough love, because that's genuine love. And that's why the Most High set them up over the congregation. And if you could go from that to give me Ecclesiasticus chapter 44, and we go verse 1 through 4. Could read 1 through 4, Yohanathan.
What scripture?
Ecclesiasticus, Sirach, chapter 44.
The elder said, don't forget NY and J, you're going to rebuke your ass too.
God. I said the 5 boroughs. I mentioned the Bronx. Bronx is in the building.
The belly of the beast.
God. You know, that's my heart. That's where my heart is. My heart is back in Brooklyn on 34th and on 34th and 42nd.
Good. After the Thursday class, he's going to give you the call for the council. Like.
God. And like he said, we got to take it, man. We got to take it like men. And, you know, when the Most High sets these mighty men up over us, it's a privilege to be under mighty men of the Lord. It's not a right. You know, we don't have the right to just claim the house of Israel. It's actually a privilege to be a part of the house of Israel. So everybody should take it as a privilege and not a right. And we would be able to understand sometimes a little bit more why these mighty men and these mighty elders and captains and officers who stand next to us in the battlefield are set next to us and set above us, because the Most High chose for that.
What scripture, King?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 44 and verse 1. I go 4.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 44 and verse 1. Let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begot us.
Read on.
The Lord hath wrought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning.
So just like we just read, we was chosen from the beginning above all people. He said he only known us. So now you see the house of Israel got famous men, Priest Zabak and Elder Terah, Chief Ephraim, Brother Priest Shawapar, Captain Ariah. And you know, it's a beautiful thing to see these men rise up in the spirit and rise up against our enemies, and then teach us how to wield the sword and go out and rise up against the enemies of Yahweh and the enemies of Israel and those who sought to beat Christ. Like we just read, Herod was beating Christ and Pontius Pilate. Caiaphas prophesied, and it was many Israelites, many Jews who accepted Christ as their Lord and their Savior. And we see Caiaphas prophesied. He knew what he was doing when he had said that there had to be a man who would die for the sins of his nation, which is Yahushai's nation. He was the lion of the tribe. He is the lion of the tribe of Judah. So all praise and all honor and all glory is going to Yahweh, our Father, through his only begotten Son, Yahushai. But then we also got to give honor and praise to the mighty men that he set up over the congregation to bring us back. And as they bring us back, the mantle gets passed, the torch gets passed. If you're running a race and you're running around the track, they have a baton, right? So they pass the baton to the next person to run around the track. And that's what Cap is doing. He's building up men in Illinois. He's building up mighty men in Milwaukee, out there without a sight. And they're building up mighty men in New York and New Jersey to roar for the God, like Mike Yala always says, to roar for our God, Yahweh. And as they do that, it'll be another generation. If Yahushua doesn't come back before that, we'll have to eventually pass the baton on to the next generation. And the Most High chose this from the beginning, and he chose to give us great power. But Yahushua said eventually we would do greater things. That verse always puzzles me, because you read and you see what Yahushua did, feeding the 5,000 like we read today, and healing all the people that was dropped at his feet, gave people back their bones, gave people back their fingers. Somebody didn't have a hand. He came out, went to see Yahushua. Next thing you know, he got a hand again. People couldn't see, people couldn't hear. And these people was all healed. And then Yahweh Shai fed them. It's like, how much greater can you get than that? And what it is that we're going to avenge the people of God. We're going to avenge for the Most High. He's going to give us that opportunity. But we got to be able to take the rebuke now, because even in Revelation, as Elder Terah brought out, Christ himself is going to come and rebuke his 7 churches. He's going to come and rebuke his people. And we got to be able to take it then. So that's why you get it from the elders now, so that when Yahweh Shai does come back and we face to face, and he's like, you kind of messed up here. You could have did this a little better. Because he said he got certain things against certain people. And I could be one of those people. So we got to be able to take it now. So all praises to the Most High that he will put elders in place that have the love for us to be able to correct us and to rebuke us. You can read verse 3. Or jump down actually to verse 4. You want to
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 44 and verse 4. Leaders of the people by their counsels and by their knowledge of learning meet for the people, wise and eloquent in their instructions.
And that's exactly what we have here in the house of Israel. We got some of the most wisest men, some of the most eloquent men in their instructions, and they instruct us in the way that we should go by teaching us, thus saith the Lord, by making sure they teach us, thus saith the Lord. That's always something that drew me into the house of Israel. When you look around and you got different camps and you wonder which camp I could fit in with, or which camp is right for me, however you look at it. And then what got me with the house of Israel is they teach, the elders teach, thus saith the Lord, and they don't stray from it. If the Most High didn't say it, they don't say it. And that was very important for me coming into the house of Israel, because I wanted to make sure that I was doing what the Most High said. And that's what my elders teach me. They teach me to do what the Most High said, keep his commandments, follow his commandments, and do it because you love him. Because those that love the Most High will keep his commandments. And that's what we're taught. So we have to, again, understand the privilege that it is to be under these mighty men, these leaders of the people that will sit and counsel us and will give us good counsel and good instruction. And that's very, very important to sharpening our sword as well. This is still in regards to sharpening our sword. How will we sharpen our sword? Because we got great leaders that will produce more leaders. And those leaders will go out and then teach you how to be a leader, not to be a follower. And the only one to follow would be Yahweh Shai, because we are his sheep. So we're going to follow behind the good shepherd. And the good shepherd is going to lead us to Yahweh, his father. And he's going to lead us into his father's house. But we got to keep the commandments to be able to be accepted. Unless Yahweh is not, our Father God is not going to accept us if we're still disobedient. And we want to follow behind the heathen ways. So that's what our leaders teach us. They say, okay, drop the Cardi B music and drop the, these wicked heathen ways and all of these things that we used to be accustomed to doing and we used to take part in. And then they give us opportunity to come together and listen to righteous music and listen to the truth music. And they get a chance to come together and sit with our brothers and laugh and have a good time. And then they give us opportunity to go out on the highways and the hedges and stand mighty for them, so that they can bring in a whole new generation of people and bring in more people into the house of the Lord. So, we got to just continue to understand that part of sharpening our sword is listening to our leaders and understanding that what they doing and what they're saying is for our best interest. They're not just doing and saying it for no reason. I would have never thought that Cap was going to ask me to teach a lesson or to bring out a lesson. And all praise to the Most High. Cap gave me some precepts that I was able to just turn to and go right off of the precepts that Cap saw, that my captain gave me. So, Captain Ariah, a great leader of the people, and by his counsel and by his knowledge of learning is meat for the people. So now it's something that's good. It's something that all the people can get edified off of. And that's what Cap brings to the table. That's what Elder Terah, Priest Sabak, Chief Ephraim, Priest Shawapar, that's what all the mighty men of the house of Israel are bringing to the table. They bring in meat to the table. They bring in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And they bring in the commandments and telling us to keep the commandments and holding us accountable to it, which is what we need so that we could become good leaders if the Most High wills it to be. And we could go.
Just want to say one thing, man. You know, just to back up what you're saying, you know, people call me a Captain Ariel leader, this and that. Listen, man, I had to learn from somebody. You know, I had to be humble, had to learn how to take heed to correction, order, instructions, had to take a lot of notes, had to be quiet, not speak in the midst of people that have more knowledge than you. You know, even if you know something, you still have to take notes. You know, and I'm gonna tell you straight up, brother, I've been spoiled, man. Most High brought me to a hell of a camp, and I didn't even know it.
God.
That's all I was saying.
God. All praises, all praises. Cap is right, and I see Brother Isaac said there's nothing like HOI, and I agree. You know, I go out because I travel so much on the road. I'm always on the road traveling. I'll visit other camps, and you know, much love to all the other camps that's out there bringing it out mighty in the spirit and showing that brotherly love and camaraderie. Excuse me, but like Brother Isaac just said, it's nothing like HOI. It's like, you know, you go on vacation, but after a couple days, it's like, man, I can't wait to get back home and get in my own bed. And that's what HOI is. It's like you can't wait to get home and get, you know, it's like they say, home is where the heart is. And you know, like Cap said, man, it's mighty men that have given us this chance to learn from them, and we need to take that opportunity seriously. Take notes, no matter what. You know, if they've given us Genesis 1, take notes on whatever it is, from Genesis 1 to Revelation, the last chapter and last book, last verse of the book. Make sure you take notes, because those notes are going to be something that you could use to edify other people in the future. Those notes are going to be something that you could use to build your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, to help build your household, build up your sons and your daughters so that they won't depart from it. Build up your wife in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So, you know, that's what the elders are here teaching us. And that's what they're giving us the opportunity to do, is sharpen our swords on these Tuesday and Thursday night calls so that we're ready for the highways and the hedges. And we don't go out there with a dull sword and get chopped up. And, you know, believe you me, it's happened to me before. I tried to go into the battlefield when I wasn't ready, but Cap still pulled me under his arm and told me, don't worry about it, and gave me more precepts to go read and to check out. So, you know, that's the beauty of the house of Israel, is that, you know, they will put you in under their wing, and they will help you to be able to soar and help you be able to help other people by bringing them back and bidding them back to the marriage. Just a couple more scriptures, and I know it's getting late. I don't want to take too long.
I'll say one last thing, King. Good leaders make other good leaders.
God.
You know, in order to be a leader, you got to be a follower first. That's why even Paul was a follower, but he was a follower of who? Of Yahushua. That's 1 Corinthians 11:1. So he said, be ye followers of me, even as I'm a follower of Yahushua. Right? So Paul ended up at the end becoming a mighty leader, a mighty apostle, because he had to learn first. In order to learn, you got to be humble. You got to submit to somebody. You know, 1 Corinthians 11:3, the head of every man is Christ. So we got to submit to Yahushua. We got to learn from Yahushua. We got to follow in the footsteps of Yahushua. And you know, guess what? Yahushua got a leader, which is the Most High.
Oh.
The woman is the man. So the woman's supposed to submit to her man, to her husband. And, you know, it was a situation that was going on today, but Revelation 3:19. No, rebuke with chastening for what? It's open rebuke, but guess what? It's for your soul, for your protection, for your guidance. That's the correction. So when a brother is telling his wife, like, listen, man, take this correction, you know, in sincerity and truth, and he's honest about it, he's not trying to manipulate his wife. You got to take that correction. You know, because he's trying to help your soul. He's trying to save you from damnation. You know, so we as a nation, we got to get better. Most High is building leaders to help stabilize each person's household, building beautiful daughters of Zion to be a wife to the Israelite husband, so the man and woman can come together so the house can be stabilized and blessings for the children, so the nation could be stabilized. And while that's happening, Lord is building up the nation while the heathens is getting destroyed. And we love that. You know, I yield.
Khan. All praises to the Most High, Khan. Jonathan, you want to get Romans chapter 10, or excuse me, Romans chapter 12, verse 10 and 11?
Khan, 12 and 11, right, King?
Khan.
Gotcha. It's the book of Romans, chapter 12 and verse 10.
Khan.
Be kindly affectioned one to another with brotherly love and honor, preferring one another.
Khan. And that's what we're doing. That's what the house of Israel is about. We affectionate to one another with brotherly love. And the brotherly love comes in rebuke and chastisement. And it also comes when we able to sit back, enjoy some good food at a feast day, and enjoy a cup of wine together and you know, just listen to some music. And those are the things that, you know, I've been a part of since I've been able to fellowship with my brothers here in the house of Israel. And that's what we do, man. We take care of each other, and we be kindly and affectionate to one another, and we're going to continue to grow as a camp. And we honor our elders and show honor and respect and reverence, because those are the men that the Most High set up above us. You can read on. Could go to verse 11.
Khan, verse 11. Not slothful in business, fervent in spirit, serving the Lord.
Khan. So don't be slothful, man. Don't get caught out there being slothful. We got to take note from the ant, whether you're doing something on Clubhouse, whether you're doing something, in your own city. Most of all, making sure that you come to the 3 mandatory feast days, the Passover, Feast of Dedication, and the Tabernacles. This year, Tabernacles, you know, no matter what state you're in, make sure you get there. Make sure now you get to the Feast of Dedication. These are the things that we got to do. So don't be slothful in your business, man. Take this thing like this is, take it seriously. This is the Most High's business. This is not even our business. It's the Most High's business. He done said he chose us from the beginning. He set us apart. He set us above. So once he set us apart and he set us above, we got to take, this is serious business here, because the Esau is taking it a serious business. He got us spending all our money. You go out, work for a paycheck. Next thing you know, your paycheck is gone within 20, 30 minutes. You done paid 3 bills on your rent, and you barely got enough money to buy food. And all of those businesses is owned by Esau. The landlord is Esau. The tax man is Esau. The person in the supermarket own the supermarket is Esau, Moab, and so on and so forth. The car note, you're paying your car note to Esau. He taking it a serious business. He increasing taxes, just like brother Yawasop brought out earlier. Was Salacious and them. They've been doing this thing for years on years on us. Even Christ had to come out and say, render to Caesar what Caesar, but render to the Father was the Father's. So we got to take this and not be slothful. We got to take note of the ant. We got to get up. We got to go. Our legs will hurt. Our back will hurt. Whatever it is, don't worry about it. Because when you get to those 3 feast days and you see all the work that you put in come to fruition, when you see your elders and all of your elders there together standing mighty in a line, and then you standing there with almost 300, 400 brothers standing there with you and sisters included, you're gonna see something. And I can't tell everybody exactly what they're gonna see or exactly what their spirit is gonna feel. But once you get that feeling, it's never gonna want to go. That's why I say fervent in spirit. It do something different to your spirit when you see all these mighty brothers from across the country and say, wow, I'm actually a part of the house of Israel returned on the earth. It's a reason why we call ourselves the House of Israel. I don't know why Priest Sabak picked that name out of all the different names that could have been chosen, but we are part of the House of Israel returned on the earth. We don't know who. One of us could be ASAP. One of us, who we don't know who we are, but it really don't matter because it's who we are now and what we're going to do now in the present. The Most High is a what have you done for me lately kind of thing got going on. He want to know what you did for him today. Because yesterday is gone and tomorrow is going to have trouble of its own. So you got to know what you do for the Most High today. Don't be slothful in the business. Send your brothers a precept. If that's all you could do, send your brothers a verse. Send them something. Sometimes that's all I could do. I feel so bad sometimes, like, man, I can't do this. I can't do that. And then the Most High just put on my spirit, hey, send all the brothers a verse. Or, text the brothers some love. Let them know that you love them. And in doing that, you continue on that brotherly love and being kindly and affectionate to one another, honoring each other. So don't be slothful. Don't get lazy in this thing. It's very easy for sin to creep in and snatch people away with all these songs they got out, with the hardness and the tribulation that we got to go through. But we got to be patient. And that's what the next verse is going to tell us. But we got to do this because we do it and we serve in the Most High. And in serving the Most High, we edifying each other. You can read verse 12.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 12. Rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing in constant prayer.
And that's what we're supposed to do, man. Pray without ceasing. Pray for your brothers. Pray for the House of Israel. Pray for your family members to get into this truth. And if they don't, then what we got to do is pray a prayer like David prayed for the enemies of the Most High, man. David prayed for the enemies of the Most High to be destroyed, to be wiped off the face of the earth. And that's what we got to pray for. When Christ said, pray for your enemies, that's what he was saying. He wasn't saying this Christian mumbo jumbo about let's save everybody in the whole wide world and kumbaya. No. That's a lion of the tribe of Judah. He was praying like David prayed. Father, come destroy your enemies. Let God arise and let his enemies be scattered. And like we read from the mighty Asaph in his psalm that he wrote today, he started naming the enemies of God and saying, do to them like you did to Jabal. Not Jabal, Jabal did it to Jabin. And to the Midianites and do this thing to them, Lord. And that's what we're gonna be able to eventually see. We're gonna see the Most High take action, and we see it happening now. Is global warming, they call it. That's not global warming. That's the Most High about to breathe fire on this earth in the form of these nuclear bombs. And they know it. So they got to tell us all kind of other stuff. They taxing us out the, you get a paycheck, at least 23% of it is going to taxes, and we rendering the Caesar was his. Now it's time to render to the Most High was his. Our time, our affection, our love, by keeping the commandments, by teaching our brothers and our sisters to keep the commandments. That's what we render to the Most High. And we give him back his sheep. We bring his sheep back to him. And we can't be slothful in that business. That's important business. And when we bring all the sheep back and the sheep all come together, we begin to rejoice. And you look around and you say, wow, this is amazing that all these mighty brothers who, some been up in life, some been down, some just been in the middle and hanging around. But when we all get together, it's like, wow, this is amazing. This is awesome right here. And it's great work that's being accomplished by our elders. So that's why we got to even sharpen our elders' swords sometime, just by giving them the honor that they deserve, giving them and letting them know that they bring us joy and they help us to rejoice and that they help us to find hope when they bring out these mighty messages and when they bring out the words of the Lord. It gives us hope. And then we got to be patient, man. This thing is happening. It's going down. We done sat 3 years during the pandemic, and you got the conspiracy theorists, you got the LGBTQ community coming out. That every day they got a new type of acronym for a letter in the alphabet, and a new sexuality and a new this. They trying to teach it to our children. And we got to be patient during this thing. We got to be patient in tribulation while not being lazy and being slothful. So that means we got to go out, we got to do the work, we got to bring our brothers and sisters in, and those that's here, we got to do our best to love them and keep them in this thing by continually praying for them and not worrying. It says in the scriptures, don't worry, but by everything, by prayer and supplication, let our requests be made known. So let's let our requests be made known, that God arises and his enemies be scattered. Pray like David did over our enemies for their destruction, their swift and sudden destruction by the hand of the Most High. And the Most High will do it because he'll see us keeping his commandments. He'll look down and be like, oh man, I'm pleased with those guys. The house of Israel, they keeping my commandments because they love me. Oh, all right, let's send some angels over here and bring fire down upon, or what was it? A big tornado came right after the mighty men of the Lord pulled up on the boot down in Louisiana. It pulled up on the boot. Next thing you know, boom, something happened. Same thing out at the Capitol building. Came to the Capitol. Most High men went out to do the work. And within a day, there's ladies getting shot, the people getting beat up. They still talking about it. They don't know what to do. Why? Because the mighty men of the Lord is out there bringing out the scriptures, bringing out the words. They prophesying, thus saith the Lord. And that's what the Most High is looking for. He's looking down and he's saying, all right, who's going to say it like I said it? Who's going to do it the way I said to do it? And once he sees us doing that, as we get taught by our elders to do, and as we continue to learn how to follow the commandments and to keep the commandments with love, the Most High is looking down like, all right, let me get a few more spirits to go out there. You know what? I want to do this. Next thing you know, Putin is shooting off Satan 1s and Satan 2s and junior Satan missiles. He got all kind of stuff he's trying to shoot off. He said, if anybody do something, it's not Putin saying it. It's the Lord who's hardening the heart like he did with Pharaoh. So the Lord is hardening Putin's heart right now to anything that the USA says to him. He like, go ahead, make one more threat, put one more dollar in Ukraine pocket and watch me bust a bomb over somebody's head. And the Most High said it was going to happen, but he needs us to go out and do. It pleases him because the Most High don't need none of us, but it pleases him when we go out and do what he said he was going to do, which is prophesy to his people, which is give his people hope. And that's what we've been doing, bidding each other, bidding the people back to the marriages on the highways and the hedges. And finish off with the classics. Could go with Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. And with that, I'll yield.
It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
And that's it. That's how you sum it up, man. That's how you sum it up. Just keep the commandments and live. That's what the Most High wants us to do. He wants us to live. Christ said, live and live life abundantly. It's an abundance of commandments, and we can follow them all. By his strength, we could do all things. Through Yahawashi HaMashiach, who strengthens us. So we learning from our elders. Let's keep giving honor to our elders. And most of all, let's give all praise and glory to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahawashi. And the Most High will allow us to live, man. And as we live in, let's enjoy it. Tomorrow ain't promised. And with that, I yield.
Good. Y'all was stop, don't stop, Woo. Good.
I don't know if I saw. Only time I might have sweat more than this was when I was playing football at the Passover.
Yeah, man. Like it is, man. You know, brothers got to step up, man. Brothers got to step up, man. You don't want to always rely on just this person, that person, man. Because let's say that person ain't there. What's going on? Y'all just gonna stop the class that this person didn't show up? Or y'all just gonna stop the class because y'all didn't get a notice or a link when everybody got the link? Once you're able to join on this class, Tuesday or Thursday class, you already got the link. So all you got to do is just search back on your phone or your Facebook, whatever, and the link will pop up again. You know, so we got to keep it going no matter what, you know, because you never know what might happen tomorrow or next week or next month or next year. You know, this is how it's supposed to be. Let me get a quick one. Let me get Hebrews chapter 10.
Okay.
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 25.
It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 10 and verse 25. Not forsaking the assembly of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching.
See, don't forsake the assembling, which is the gathering, and exhorting one another. Brothers and sisters, exhorting one another. You know, help each other to build up in the spirit, help each other with our situations and problems. You know, if brothers lacking with scriptures or precepts, hey, look, man, hey, take this right here. I got a list right here. Hey, you can write these down, take your Bible, precept it, you know, study these scriptures so that now soon enough, guess what? I might come to you for questions. You know, I might come to you for a counsel. You never know. You know, or somebody else might do the same thing. You never know. And the same way how you might ask for counsel one day, guess what? 3 or 4 months later, somebody might be calling you for counsel. And the Lord might put it where the same counsel you asked for the same specific problem that you had, and you ask somebody to help counsel you, the Most High might put it 3 or 4 months later, another person might come to you with that same exact problem. And they're asking you for counsel. And you can't run from it because guess what? The same question you ask, they're going to ask you the same questions. And the same answers you got, guess what? You're going to have to give them answers now. See, so the Lord is not about being stagnant and everybody just feel comfortable at their space. No, you got to be able to learn to grow. All right? Like the brother Isaac said, all be strong like a fist. They have a saying, I think it was pertaining to a bamboo tree or something, like a stick. They said, if you take one stick, anybody could break it. Just one stick. But what happened if you put a couple of sticks together and then you tie it up? And then you hit somebody with that damn stick. They gonna feel that pain. Because it's not just one stick that's able to be broken down and just, you know, twisted around like twigs. But when it's all together assembling and gathering a group of sticks or people, it's hard to break them down. You know, this is how we got to move as a nation, right? So it says, exhorting one another, building up each other in the spirit, men, women, and children. Let's get another one. Let's get Ezra chapter 4 and verse 1. Because the lesson the brother brought out today was a hell of a lesson, man. Pertaining to read your Bible, also pertaining to, you know, us dealing with each other and loving each other instead of us building with these other nations, because they don't accept us, they don't love us, they don't give a damn about us. Right? But it's about us. The nation of Israel, this is what it's about. It's about us coming together. Right? Let's get Ezra chapter 4 and verse 1.
It's the book of Ezra, chapter 4 and verse 1. Now, when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord of God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers and said unto them, let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do. And we do sacrifice unto him since the days of Esarhaddon, king of Ashur, which brought us up hither.
All right, start right there. So verse 1, the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin, right? The adversaries of the southern kingdom. This can also be used for the enemies of all Israel in totality. That's why the brother brought out Psalms 83. That's that list, right? In totality, that's going against us. Heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord God of Israel. So this is Israel in slavery and captivity, right? Like we are again today. Now they build unto the God of Israel. How did we build as a nation? At that time, it was talking about physically the building. But what also come with physically is the assembling. We're gathering. We're working as a team. We're moving together. We're putting brick by brick. We're building this temple. Guess what? We're doing the same thing again today. but we're doing it spiritually. But it's also being physical as well too, because his labor is physical as well too. That's why I use that example with the potluck. New moon service, everybody's bringing in their specific dish, you put it all together, you got a hell of a feast, right? Everybody's contributing to something. Somebody's bringing in the drinks, somebody's bringing in the food, the plates, somebody's bringing in the spoons, the plates, the can burners, the decorations, the tables. Somebody's bringing in donations. Everybody's contributing and bringing in something. Now, what happened if we all assembling and bringing in something to contribute to the feast, but the person that's coming in last ain't bringing nothing, ain't show up to no feast day, ain't show up to no camp, ain't even show up to no classes, and he just coming in just to eat. Ain't even bringing a Bible to take notes, but this person just there just to eat. So guess what? He's not part of the gathering. You know? He waits till everybody finish what they got to do, and then he comes in. That's wicked as hell. Everybody got to contribute. Right? So now verse 2, it says, hey, the heathens say, look, can we sacrifice and build with y'all? Yeah, you're going to get sacrificed, all right? But it's not the way you think. Right? And we're going to have you build something. We'll have you build the damn tombstone and the grave so we can throw you in there. Read on.
Verse 3. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said unto them, ye have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our God.
So hold on. They said, you have nothing to do with us. It's not about you heathens, it's about Israel. Israel is coming back. We coming back as a nation. We're building each other up mentally, physically, and spiritually. We're building up this temple, right? Now, like the saying goes, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So you got to make sure from the top to bottom, from the first to the last, everybody got to be strong. Everybody got different traits, different characteristics, different gifts. But guess what? Stir up the gift that you got. If you're a good singer, hey, man, use that talent. Notice, make music for the Lord. If you're good with medicine, with herbs, hey, use that talent. Do more research on medicines, all different things, plants or whatever, so you can help build brothers and sisters' immune systems up for all different things, right? If you're good at organizing, good at making weddings, whatever, hey, use that talent to help with Hebrew marriages. You know, I say that to say we all got gifts. Let's come together and use it together. That's why the Lord said, not forsake the assembly, but exhorting one another. Right? This is how we're supposed to move as a body, as a team, and as a nation. So Zerubbabel said, look, you ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't need your help. Read on.
But we ourselves together will build unto the Lord God of Israel. As King Cyrus, the king of Persia, hath commanded us.
Right. So the Lord put the spirit on the heathen king to allow the nation of Israel, the captives and the slaves to come back and to build their own kingdom in the midst of the heathen nation. So we can come back in rulership and in power. But the key thing in this, how did we do it? By us coming together and only building with each other. It wasn't with the help of the damn heathens. Right? Read on.
Verse 4. Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah and troubled them in building.
So they weakened the hands of the people of Judah because now the heathens is mad. That we only showing love towards each other now. The heathens is pissed off now. But hold on. Hey, the Egyptians did that to us too. They had Joseph eating at one table, the rest of the brothers of Joseph eating at another table, and the Egyptians eating at another table. So they had separation. And they said it was an abomination for us to eat with them. So now the white man is doing the same thing to us today. The what's that? The water fountain, the colored water only. and in the white water only. They treat us the same way as today. So now when we have our own communities and we're building amongst only each other now we're the problem. But you see, we're the problem only to them because they need us. That's why. We don't need them. Right? Let me get two last ones. Let's get Toby 4 and 12. Right? Just want to give y'all two quick examples to show y'all we don't need these nations. Right? We just got to build amongst each other, deal with each other. Let's get Tobit chapter 4 and verse 12.
Tobit chapter 4 and verse 12. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers.
Hold it right there. It says, beware of all whoredom, being a damn dot or hoe. Right? And chiefly take a wife of the seed of what?
Of thy fathers.
Of thy fathers. So if your father an Israelite, you're an Israelite. So for the men, you're supposed to be marrying an Israelite woman. For the woman, vice versa, supposed to marry an Israelite man. No swirling. No interracial. And what the hell people want to do with the damn white woman? You ain't see what happened recently with Machine Gun Kelly and what's that chick name again from Transformers? I think his girlfriend is something. Megan Fox. Right? Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly, they drink blood. And they drink each other's blood. That is disgusting as hell. But let Jake have it. Jake want Megan Fox now. Jake gonna justify it and be like, yeah, she crazy. But you know what they say about the crazy chicks. Right. They be looking like dogs, like the brother said. Right? But the Lord said, chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers. Read on.
And take not a strange woman to wife.
And take not a strange woman to wife. No interracial marriage. Read on.
Which is not of thy father's tribe.
Hey, as long as she's Israel, you can take her as a wife. Now, our sisters, the Northern Kingdom sisters, they're Israelites. The Hispanics, Native Americans, they're Israelites. You got choices. You got 12 different options. But don't go ahead and deal with a damn dog, man. That's bestiality, man. Leave these white snow bunnies, these white dogs, or rabbits, whatever you want to call them, leave them alone. That's bestiality. That's what I'm calling it. Right? Read on.
For we are the children of the prophets.
We're special. We have been anointed by the Lord. We are the children of the prophets. We are the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. Read on.
Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Right. That's all forefathers. Only for the nation of Israel. Right? From Noah and his son, Shem, on down to Abraham, on down to Isaac and Jacob. And then it stops right there with Jacob. Why? Because his descendants is back here today. So we are the children of the prophets. This is a rich heritage. Read on.
Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all marry wives of their own kindred.
See that? They marry wives of their own nation. We dealt with only our nation. We built with our nation. Read on.
And were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
So when you marry an Israelite woman, and there's an Israelite man and woman marrying each other, the children is going to be blessed as well too. Why? Because they're going to be Israelites that's keeping the commandments. And what happens, the Most High blessed the entire household. And as the household is being blessed, now guess what happened? If you try to inhabit land, the land will be blessed as well too. Right? But if you're an Israelite man and you marry an Edomite woman, and you think the Lord gonna bless you, you lost your mind. You cannot literally try to bring her into the kingdom and say, this is my Israelite wife. She just look white. That's it. Don't judge a book by its cover. But the Lord gonna smack you with the Bible. Right? Let's see. Drop that and let's get Sirach chapter 26. And verse 19.
God. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 19.
So we was at Tobit 4 and 12, where the Lord said, marry of your own kindred, build with your own, only a nation. That's why we had Ezra 4 and 1 on down. Right? We're building back the house of Israel. We're building back the temple of the Lord. And that's how we doing it with an Israelite man and an Israelite woman coming back together. So let's get Sirach 26 and 19. Bring it out.
God. My son, keep the flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers.
So the Lord is saying, the flower of that age sound, speaking about you're a virgin, right? Keep it sound pertains to what? Only deal with your people. Give not thy strength to the strangers. That means don't give your power to the strangers. Don't marry the heathens, right? Don't make them rich. How they become rich? Because you marry an Edomite woman, she gonna kill your ass or she gonna divorce you. And guess what? She get half. She get half of your money, your life savings. And guess what? Half of that money goes back to who? Her people.
God.
What do you think is happening with Serena Williams? Her money is gonna go back to that Edomite. What about Eve, who married a damn billionaire Edomite? Right? Whatever she got, it go back to him. The money always stays with these heathens. It never comes back to us. So how the hell are we going to build as a nation when we over here sleeping around with all these other nations and all these heathens? We're separating our power amongst each other and giving our strength to the rest of these damn enemies. Let's say, for example, you're trying to build a house. And the house, in order to build it, you need 613 bricks for this house to build it strong and stable and perfect. To make sure there's no leaks, to make sure it has a strong foundation, to make sure it lasts forever, it lasts long. And all you need is 613 bricks to build this big house. What happens if you take that 613 bricks and you take, let's say about 400, right? And you take that 400 and you go and help and build an Edomite's house with that 400. Now, all you got is 213 bricks for the house that you're supposed to build for yourself, for your wife, for your children. But instead, you take 400 of those bricks and you go with Edomite and you go help build their house. You done destroy your whole family, right? All right. Somebody said Con.
Yeah, that's me.
Con.
They substance. This is why we can never really overcome, because that's what they're doing. Their inheritance. Give me Psalm 17 and 14 real quick, young man.
Con.
Psalm 17 and 14. See what you're saying about inheritance and leaving something for your children. See what I'm saying? This is how you build a nation. This is why they didn't want us to have insurance policy. Because it's a long time, because they don't want you. This is why they would get a man like Bill Cosby before he died to take all his money. Make sure he don't have substance to leave to his future children. Right? And they're going to get them all. Jay-Z, Puffy, all these guys, at the end of their life, they're going to make sure take back before they die. There's a reason for that. Give me Psalm 17 and 14.
Con. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 17 and verse 14. When anybody have it, say Con.
Con.
Psalms chapter 17 and verse 14. From men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, in whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure.
See that Edomite with the hidden treasure. They have the riches, they have their portion in this life. Come on.
They are full of children.
Full full of children. Come on.
And leave the rest of their substance to their babes.
See that they leave their substance to their grandchildren and babes and so on to keep their generation going. So what you talking about is actually marrying a white woman. He's gonna, because according to this system, the man usually died before the woman. So you're gonna leave that money to her as inheritance. You see what I'm saying? It's very important. So what you were saying was right.
No. Beautiful precept, man. Psalm 17 and 14. Right? And this is why we have to build amongst each other. Keep the money in our neighborhoods. Right? Keep it among Israel. Support Israelite business. All different things. We got to keep it amongst each other. To hell with the rest of the heathens, man. Right? Let's finish it off with Sirach 26 and verse 19.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 19. My son, keep the flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers.
And give not your strength to strangers. Read on.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow it with thy own seed, trusting in the goodness of thy stock.
So it says when you get a fruitful possession, I speak about a wife, right? And she's fertile, right? Sow it with thine own seed. And the key thing in that, it says with thy own seed. The seed comes from who? The man, right? So in Numbers 1 and 18, when it talks about the household of the fathers, how do you know your lineage? How do you know who you are? Right? The line goes back to who? The father. He's the one that carries the seed. So the Lord said, when you get a fruitful possession through all thy field, that's speaking about the woman. The woman is like land. It's supposed to be used when you plant your seed to incubate and to what? Fertilize that fruit or that vegetable, right? And that fruit represents who? That child. So with thy own seed, trusting in the goodness of thy stock, right? Stock pertaining to who? You being an Israelite. Read on.
So thy race, which thou leavest, shall be magnified.
Hold that right there. It says, so thy race. It didn't say the whole race of humanity. The Lord said thy race. So the Lord is very specific. He's speaking about the race of who? The Israelites, the nation of Israel. Thy race which thou leavest, when you pass away, guess what? It shall be magnified. Right? Your nation shall be increased. Read on.
Having the confidence of their good descent.
So your nation shall be increased. You shall populate more, pertaining to an Israelite man and a woman coming together. Not an Israelite man and a heathen woman. The Lord is blessing it when it's an Israelite man and an Israelite woman coming together. Through the Holy Spirit, then the Most High will bless the children and bless the whole household. Now, this was the problem right here. Let's get Exodus chapter 1 real quick. And let's go to verse 1. All right. So what the brother was bringing out is mighty. Both y'all stops. Double trouble. All right. Bring it out.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 1 and verse 1. Now, these are the names of the children of Israel.
Hold on, brother. The children of who?
The children of Israel.
The children of Israel, right? This is the race that the Lord is talking about. The children of Israel. Read on.
Which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob.
So the children of Israel came into Egypt. Egypt pertains to who? The land of the Egyptians, right? So we coming into another person's nation and land. Read on.
Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher.
Right. So they speak about the 12 tribes, also included with Joseph, right? They speak about us as a nation, right? Go to verse 6 now.
Verse 6. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation.
Now read that part again. Read verse 6.
And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation.
So Joseph passed away, and all Joseph's brothers in all his generation, right? Now check this. Let's get Ecclesiastes chapter 1. And let's go to verse 4.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 1.
Ecclesiastes, Old Testament.
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, Ecclesiastes, Slaki. Ecclesiastes, Old Testament, chapter 1 and verse 4.
It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1 and verse 4. One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever.
Now, you see why I brought out that scripture? Because it said Joseph and his generation passed, right? They passed, right? Now let's go back to Sirach chapter 26. Sirach chapter 26, and let's go right back to verse 21.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 21. It reads, so thy race, which thou leavest, shall be magnified, having the confidence of their good descent.
So it says, thy race which thou leavest. Joseph and the rest of his brothers, they left. They passed. But guess who's still there? Now let's go back to Exodus chapter 1. So it says, thy race which thou leavest shall be magnified. Let's go back to Exodus and let's go to chapter 1 and verse 6.
All right, Exodus chapter 1 and verse 6. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation.
Right? So that generation passed. You know?
And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them.
So you see how in Sirach 26, where it talks about when you leave, your generation is there, it shall be magnified. Right? So now in verse 7, the children of Israel fruitful, increased abundantly, and multiply, and wax exceeding mighty. How did they wax exceeding mighty? How did they multiply? Because they was dealing with each other. The Israelite man and the Israelite woman, and the Most High blessed them more and more. And the land was filled with them. Right? So now, since Israel, the Israelite man and woman is dealing with each other, and they're being fruitful and multiplying, and the Most High is blessing them, now look what start to happen. Read on.
Verse 8. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph.
Read on.
And he said unto his people, behold.
Hold on, Ak. He said unto who?
And he said unto his people.
So this Egyptian king, he's not the king of Israel, he's the king of Egypt, and he said unto his people. So when he's talking about his people, the Egyptian king ain't talking about the Israelites. He's talking about the Egyptians. That's his people. Right? Read on.
Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
So this is a Hamite telling his own people that, listen, look, I'm your king, I'm your leader. So look, any leader want their people to thrive and to be prosperous. So this Egyptian king is saying, listen, these Israelites, they're better than us. They're stronger than us. They look better than us. They can sing, they can dance. Whatever they put their hands to, they touch is gold, man. So what happens? These nations is jealous. They got to fight 10 times as hard to be like us, man. They jealous. And we got so many, we the majority at that time. So now it says what? Read on.
Verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply and it come to pass.
Right there, it says, come on, let us deal wisely with them. So you can't just come at Israel with just regular tactics now. You got to come at them with subtle things. You got to come at them with a damn abortion clinic. And try to lie and say, listen, we want to help you people so that y'all don't have to have these much babies in your neighborhoods. Hey, you don't want to have a child at a young age? Hey, guess what? You can just give it up. You know, you want to chase your goals. You want to be an entrepreneur. You want to get a doctorate degree. You want to get a master's degree. Chase your dream job. You want to be the first Black president, the first Black woman president. Chase that. You don't have to be a mother of 5 or 6 at home or a soccer mom. You don't have to be that. Con. Now it's flipped. They made it 10 times harder to be successful like them today. Con. Right? They dealt wisely with us. They put KFCs in our blocks. GMO chicken. They got liquor stores in right near the corner, right next to us. They got 5 or 6 different churches in a span of 2 or 3 blocks radius. They got hair salon, nail salon, and they got the gooks running it. And then they got commercials to make us look like we bad, make us look like killers and thugs and murderers. Make the sisters not even like themselves. To where they put the white woman as the standard of beauty with the blonde hair, long hair. And then all of a sudden, the Chinese man, you know, he ordered a whole bunch of bag full of weaves, and they all blonde hair looking weaves. So now the Black woman is looking at that and wouldn't like the white and taking her money and go support these Chinese and these Japanese. These food spots or the KFC, all these Chinese food, all these different things, instead of you going home and cooking your own food, shopping for your own ingredients, instead you got to go to their store and support them. And you don't know what they put in your food. And whatever they put in your food, they're using it to destroy you. So what I'm saying is, listen, they dealt wisely with us to destroy us. Because we stuck together as a nation, the Israelite man and Israelite woman, and we became fruitful and multiplied because we only dealt with each other, and the Lord blessed us for that. Read on.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and when it come to pass that when they falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
So now they looking at us, they like, listen, we're a threat. We're a threat to them. They're looking at us, they're like, listen, before they even try to come against us, because they can overthrow us right now. They got the numbers, they got the strength, they got the power to do it. But the Egyptians, like, before they even try to come against us, let's think ahead. Let's stop them right now while we can. Let's destroy them right now. Let's take away their heritage before they know who they are. Let's have them fight against each other. Let's split the household with the man and the woman. Have them fight against each other. Let's have the children listen to rap music that's willing to kill themselves, destroy their mind, shoot each other. Let's literally cripple their whole entire household. Because if you cripple somebody's household, guess what? It will trickle on down. The next door neighbor household as well too. Next thing you know, the whole block is out of order. Everybody's moving in chaos. Next thing you know, the whole city, and then the whole state, then the whole country. And that all just started with just one household. But what happens when it's reversed? When that one household becomes a light. Everybody in the household is keeping the commandments. Next thing you know, the next door neighbors look, hey, what's this about, man? What's this? What you got on? What's that on your shirts? You know, I like them stuff, man. Every time I see y'all, man, y'all happy. Ain't no arguments, ain't no fighting. Y'all playing some music, some good music, having some food. They almost seem like y'all always home. You're never in an argument. What's going on, man? What's the secret to your marriage? And then we hey, it's the laws. It's the Bible. Right? Next thing you know, the man was invited over his wife. Now everybody's sitting down having dinner. And then you give them scriptures, showing them camp videos, showing them the feast days. 4 or 5 months later, they showing them to a camp. 2 or 3 years later, your next door neighbor, whole household is wearing fringes. And then next thing, the whole block here and there, this and that, everybody's coming in and they're starting to gravitate towards what? That light, that example. And it's because you chose to keep the commandments and abide in the words of the Lord and to move as a unit, as a team, to be that light. And you just planted seeds without even knowing it, because everybody's seeing y'all moving around. You know, but the heathens will try to get us. They'll try to kill us. They've been trying since the beginning. But we got to remember to build amongst each other. Don't worry about them. Leave them the hell alone. They already finished. Let's fix our problems in our situations. Khan?
God.
Praises, man. Last one, Sirach 25:1. Let's deal with our problems in our situations. To hell with them. Right? They can go kick rocks and drink blood like Megan Fox. Or get hit with a nuclear missile. Sirach 25:1. Bring it out, King.
Khan, it's the book of Sirach, chapter 25 and verse 1. In 3 things I was beautified and stood up beautiful, both before God and men.
Right. So remember, the Lord said in Matthew 18, you need 2 or more witnesses, 2 or 3, right? So the Lord said in 3 things, 3 represents also completion. God was beautified. Yahweh Shem Shah was perfection in these 3 things. Let's see what it is. Read on.
The unity of brethren.
What the Lord said?
The unity of brethren.
So the Lord said the unity of brethren. When brothers come in unity, right? That stopped the curse of Deuteronomy 28:54 right there. The Lord said the unity, the gathering, the assembling of brethren, brotherhood. You need that. Right? Read on.
The love of neighbors.
So once you love your own people, your own brothers, right? The brothers and sisters, guess what? You love your own neighbors, your own peoples. But you got to make sure you get yourself right first. Gather among like-minded people. And then you can have love towards your neighbors now, because you love your own people, your own brother. You're not going to come at them with hatred or envy. You want to put your life on the line for them now. Right? Read on.
A man and a wife. That
it says what?
A man and a wife.
Hold on, brother. Is this the Bible? Why you don't say a man and a man?
A man and a wife.
Why you don't say a cisgender and a wife?
A man and a wife.
Why you don't say Tatiana and a wife? What's going on, brother?
A man and a wife.
It says a man and a wife. The Lord is beautified when a man and a wife does what?
That agree together.
That agree together. This is how we show honor and praise to Yahweh Shem Shah. Number 1, a unity of brethren. That's the camps. That's the men of the Lord out in the highways and byways coming together. Number 2, having love for your neighbor. The love for your neighbor is not speaking about the Edomite next door that's looking at through your damn window trying to peek through your damn house. Can't mind his business, or Karen trying to call the police on your ass. Your neighbor is talking about your nation, your people. Right? Having love and empathy towards your people. Read on.
3 sorts of men my soul hateth.
I hold it right there. So Lord said the 3rd one was the man and the wife in agreement. Right? But don't get it twisted. The man is the one in charge. But you got to deal with the wife according to knowledge. Right? So the husband is supposed to lead, the man is supposed to lead, the wife's supposed to follow. Now, if the man is keeping the commandments in truth and sincerity, sisters, you got to follow your husband. If he's giving you correction, sisters, you got to take heed to correction. Right? Now, the brother's going off, that's another thing. You know, if your husband is telling you, hey, look, man, we're going to eat pork this Saturday. We don't give a damn about the Sabbath. We're going to do this and that. We're going to get it on it. Nah, that nigga is wicked. You're not supposed to follow that. But if a brother's in truth and sincerity, keeping the commandments, tell you do this or do that, you got to take heed to that. It is what it is. Because we're trying to build as a nation, Israelite man, Israelite woman come back together, they got to be order and structure. Khan? Yeah, I hear that Khan a little low. I don't know what's going on, brother. Right? Might have some brothers next to their wives right now, and they're like,
yeah.
You know, I never liked that. I never liked that brother Ariad. You always said this and that. Yeah, okay, brother.
Ariad speaking the truth.
Good. You know, but we say that to say, man, you know, let's understand the nations want us to be separated. It's like man and woman. So they'll use schemes, agendas, plans, diabolical ways, all different things to separate us. Let's not fall for that trick. And tomorrow's the new moon, so Satan will try to come in the midst of us nonstop. Let's not fall for that. You know, let's humble ourselves in the spirit, take correction. We just finished the Passover last week. You know, it's a new year, so let's get better. And let's endure for this kingdom. Khan? With that, praise God. Shai, beautiful lesson, beautiful class. The mighty Yahweh Sops. You want it done, the one. Brothers coming in with scriptures, precepts, you know, comments on the group chat. We're on the what's this again? We're on the Clubhouse. We're on YouTube. So we're on all three. And three things. HOI was beautiful.
God.
And three things, YouTube, Clubhouse, and Zoom. Good. All praises.
You need seven, make it complete.
Good, kid. We're gonna take that up too, man. Most High will. So with that, all praise Yahweh Shemel Shai. This was a Thursday night class. Yeah, that's the end of the class. Any comments any brothers and sisters want to make before we close out with the Lord's Prayer? I yield. Khan?
I think all Israel waiting on Psalms 149, King. That's why they so quiet.
Hey, bring it out, huh?
Everybody waiting on that Psalms, King.
Bring it out, King. Let's close it out with that.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 149 and verse 7. To execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people, to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron, to execute upon them the judgment written. This honor have all his saints. Praise ye the Lord.
Good. Close it out.
That's what Israel's waiting on, man. That vengeance upon the heathen, man. You know, Revelation 18 say recompense double, right? So everything they did to us, we're gonna do it back double and some. You know, Mattathias Maccabee said, to recompense them fully. That means everything. We ain't leaving nothing out. Everything they did to us, we doing it right back. So that's the patience of the saints right there.
All praises.
Beautiful closing with that one, Doc. And because of that, brother, you're gonna be teaching next Thursday, brother.
God,
I ain't playing no more games. I'm putting y'all brother through the fire, damn it. Teacher, man. You know? Well, all praises, man. By Shem Mashiach Shot. With that, we're gonna close off with the Lord's Prayer in Paleo Hebrew and in English. I'll give you at least 30 seconds. Everybody may be able to rise, stand and face the east, whichever way I feel comfortable praying, standing, sitting, you know, and let's close out this beautiful class again. Praise Yahweh Hashem Shai, Hashem Hakudash, Babushah, Babukashah, Babukashah, Fatlat Shema Yatha, Abinawa, Shabashamayim, Kodash, Kaya, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakovka, Taba'a, Ratazaka, Kaya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Kaya, Bashamayim, Natalanawa, Laham, Kal, Yawam, Wasalach Nawa, Khabawaf Nawa, Kasalach Nawa, Khabawafi Nawa, Wala'a, Tabiyai Nawa, Banasayawan, Abal, Hawashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwaf, Waha Alal, Wahata Paraf, Lai Walamyam. Amen. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, and we forgive our debtors, and lead us not temptation, for thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. We actually, how about you, Shah, to please watch over the brothers and sisters, the nation of Israel, to give us knowledge, wisdom, understanding, to have mercy upon us for any sins we have committed against you, to protect us, Yahweh Shem Shai, to help us as well with the household, to strengthen the brothers and the sisters, the Israelite man and woman, the husband and the wife, and the children, to bless us all, also to give us guidance, Yahweh Shem Shai, to go through all our trials and tribulations, to be strong in his faith in these last days and to endure. But actually, as well, Yahweh Shem Shai, to give us all the spirit to be consistent and to do your work and to step up when it's time needed. Yahweh Shem Shai, give us a spirit of strength and courage in these last days to help us as well, mentally, physically, and financially as well, Yahweh Shem Shai, and also keep us all safe under your wings, Yahweh Shem Shai, Amen. Oh, praise it.
Oh, praises.
Quick announcement, reminder again, tomorrow is the new moon, Friday sundown. Don't forget it. May the Most High bless you, brothers and sisters. Be prepared for the new moon celebration tomorrow. Hopefully y'all able to keep me in our respective cities. And so lucky for those, like, yeah, it literally snuck up on me, man, like crazy. I was like, what the hell? New moon tomorrow. It literally snuck up on me, man. The Passover and all these other things we was doing, man. I was like, damn. Like, yeah, all praises, man. Let's enjoy it, Israel. And with that, Kwame Yashar.
Kwame Yashar.
Kwame Yashar.
All praises. Like, stop the music.
Kwame Yashar. Oh,
good.
Shalom, family. Shalom.
Woo. All right, how you close off this clubhouse?
I have no idea, Cap.
Oh, I see it. Mighty reading and teaching, now.
The water. All praises to the Most High, man. All praises. Yeah, by Shem Yahushua Barakatam.
I like you from there say, God.
I'm signing off now, Cap.
Oh.
Khan. Shalom, family. Kwame Yashar.
Yeah, Shemai, we good, Ak.